Second Bank of the Philippines, the Philippines' best digital bank. In the recent Bank Quality Consumer Survey on retail banks last April, we were ranked number 2 of the most helpful banks in Asia Pacific during the COVID-19 crisis and is the only Philippine bank in the top 20 list. Because of the pandemic, it has become crucial that our products and services quickly adapt to the challenges presented in this new digital normal.
Good morning. Good breakfast. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, gonna run away. Oh, I guess you say what can make me feel this way. My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, my girl. I've got so much honey that a bird can me. Got a sweeter song, baby, than the birds and the trees. Oh, I guess you say what can make me feel this way. My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, my girl. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess you say what can make me feel this way. My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, my girl. I don't need no money, fortune or fame. Got all the riches, baby, no one can claim. Oh, I guess you say what can make me feel this way. My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, my girl. Adik sa'yo, awit sa akin, nilang sawa na sa'kin, marakwento mo maraton, tungkol sa'yo at sa ligaya, iyong hatid sa aking buhay. Tuloy ang bida sa isipan ko ikaw. Oh, sa umaga't sa gabi, sa bawat minutong lumilipas, hinahanap-hanap kita. Sabik-sabik kahit maghapon na tayong magkasama parang telesine. Ang ating ending hatid sa bahay mo, sabay goodnight, sabay may kiss, sabay bye-bye. Oh, sumagat sa gabi sa bawat minutong lumilipas. Hinahanap-hanap kita, hinahanap-hanap kita. Sa isip at panaginip, bawat pagpihit ng talala. Hinahanap-hanap kita. Oh, so morning po sa inyo. I hope you're having your breakfast. Very, very good. Sa mga nagkakape dyan, cheers. Sa mga nagtsatsaa, cheers din. Want to thank Climathon for inviting me to do a very, very unique acoustic breakfast set. And I'm enjoying it. I hope you are, guys. Hanggat sa gabi sa bawat minutong lumilipas. Hinahanap-hanap kita, hinahanap-hanap kita. Sa isip at panaginip, bawat pagpihit ng talala. Hinahanap-hanap kita, hinahanap-hanap kita. Sa school, sa flag ceremony, bawat uwian araw-araw. Hanap-hanapin ka, hanap-hanapin ka. So, gusto ko sanang sabihin kung meron kayong request or anything. I don't wanna wait and think for your loving. I don't wanna wait and think for your love. From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart says follow through. No, now that I'm way down on your line, but the waiting feel is fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm down. And I know I'm gonna come, yo, so soon. I don't wanna wait and think for your love. I don't wanna wait and think for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. 'Cause when summer is here, I'm still waiting there. Whoa. Winter is here, I'm still waiting there. now. If I have to knock some more, 'cause you see, in life, you know, there's a lot of grief. And your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes, girl. Tears in my eyes, girl. While I'm waiting for my turn. You say soon, I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. 'Cause when summer is here, I'm still waiting there. Whoa. Winter is here, I'm still waiting there. Search naman sa langit namin nang sila pasay. Susakalay sila, tas kiniba sa alas sa matilan sila. Di ba ay sito? Ilas kiniba sa lain na sa palas ito. Kung una kala ko, ang pag-ibig mo ay tunay. Ngunit di rin nagtagal, lumabas din ang tunay na kulay. Para kang sphinx, ugali mo'y nakaka-sphinx. Yeah, 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 I say I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. You know this song, sing with me in your houses. Wanna wait in vain for your love. Kung nasa office ka man, nasa kotse. Wait in vain for your love. 'Cause when summer is here, I'm still waiting there. Whoa. Winter is here, I'm still waiting there. So I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait in vain. Chiba papa, I don't wanna wait in vain. Chiba papa, I don't wanna wait in vain. Thank you. Ay, although Tagalog song, sana gustuhan niyo rin to. Alright. Sa aking kaibigan, ang nangaral ng buong mundo. Wala na raw tayong mga kabataan sa ating mga ulo. Kung gusto nyo kaming siguan, bakit hindi nyo subukan? Lalo lang kayong hindi maiintindihan ang awit ng kabataan, ang awit ng panahon, hanggang sa kinabukasan, awitin natin ngayon. Hindi nyo kami mapipigilan at hindi rin maikakahon. Marami kami, ngunit isa lamang ang aming pasyon. Ang awit ng kabataan, ang awit ng panahon, hanggang sa kinabukasan, awitin natin ngayon. At sa pagtulog ng gabi, naririnig ang dasal, kabataang uwaw sa tunay na pagmamahal. Woo! Wawala, nagtatanong, naghahanap ng kaibigan, nagtataka, nagtatanong kung kailan kami mapakikinggan. Kung gusto nyo akong subukan, bakit hindi nyo subukan? Subukan nyo akong pigilan, subukan nyo kami. Ang awit ng kabataan, ang awit ng panahon, hanggang sa kinabukasan, ulitin natin ngayon. Kabataan, panahon, kabataan, ngayon na ang ating panahon. Kabataan, kalikasan, kabataan, ngayon na ang tamang panahon. Alright. Thank you. Okay, for my last song. May request. Ano to? Kapaligiran by Asin. Okay. Aralin ko po yan, Ate Donna. medyo ahead po sa akin yung Asin. So, hayaan nyo pong balikan ko at matugtog po dito. Before I do my last song, when I was still studying at the University of Santo Tomas, Conservatory of Music, meron akong kaklase doon. And then, we were talking about environment that time. So, that was 2002. Yeah. So, sabi ko sa kanya, bro, gawa ka naman ng baka pwede akong pagawa sa'yo ng jingle for environment lang. And then, he gave me this gift. His name is Jacob Clemente. And a very, very good friend of mine and also a good songwriter. So, here it goes. Sana magustuhan niya. Malinis na paligid, hindi ang daigdig, di habang panahon ito'y isang panaginip. Kung magkakaisa, lahat ay kayang-kaya, mundong walang basura ay maaari pala. Sing that again, huh? Malinis na paligid, hindi ang daigdig, di habang panahon ito'y isang panaginip. Kung magkakaisa, lahat ay kayang-kaya, mundo walang basura ay maaari pala. Thank you. So this is my last song. Sana po magustuhan niyo. Thank you again, Climathon. Enjoy your day, guys. magsasabing kaya mo to. Tulad sa isang tanglaw sa gitna ng bagyo, ikaw mo sa hangin tumindig at magsilbing liwanag sa dilim. Tanggapin mo magiging ang aming awitin, liwanag sa dilim. Whoa, whoa. At sa paghangin mo, liwanag ang ating kasaysayan. Uukit ka ng bagong daan. Oh, oh. Ikaw ang magsasabing kaya mo to. Tulad ng isang tanglaw sa gitna ng bagyo, sigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbing liwanag sa dilim. Tanggapin mong magiting ang aming awitin, liwanag sa dilim. Sigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbing liwanag sa dilim. Tanggapin mong magiting ang aming awitin, liwanag sa dilim. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hi, I'm Renz Yumo, and this is my song, Hey Pasigueños. Are you feeling hotter or colder? This is not the same October, my flat and ever. This weather will never be the same if you can't remember to act now. Being lazy somehow. If you just let time flies, I will call out your name. Hey Pasigueños, ring the alarm, we need to act right now. We only have one earth to love, or we want to end it now. We need to be faster than change. Ooh, I want to save it than to survive. Are we feeling better or never? Let's get started with the river. Now put your trash there, it's murder. Aren't we afraid to lose it forever? Act now, we're being lazy somehow. If you just let time flies, I will shout out our name. Hey Pasigueños, ring the alarm, we need to act right now. We only have one earth to love, or we want to end it now. We need to be faster than change. Ooh, I want to save it than to survive. Hey Pasigueños, ring the alarm, we need to act right now. We only have one earth to love, or we want to end it now. We need to be faster than change. Ooh, I want to save it than to survive.
Tayo ay magkaisa, magkaroon ng disiplina, paunlarin ng kalikasan, upang baha ay maiwasan. At ating linisin ang ilog Pasig, upang muling malanghap ang sariwang hangin. Kilos kabataan, ilog Pasig alagaan, climate change maiiwasan, sama-samang magtulungan. Kilos kabataan, ilog Pasig alagaan, climate change maiiwasan, sama-samang magtulungan. Huwag natin sayangin ang bigay ng may kapal, lugar na pinaglaban ng ating bayani. At ating linisin ang ilog Pasig, upang muling malanghap ang sariwang hangin. Kilos kabataan, ilog Pasig alagaan, climate change maiiwasan, sama-samang magtulungan. Kilos kabataan, ilog Pasig alagaan, climate change maiiwasan, sama-samang magtulungan.
Ako po si Leonardo Denieva, aking pong awitin ng Batang Pasig, Gumising Ka. Narito po. Dumadampi sa iyong pagising, araw na liliwanag, ilog na dati paraiso, nasira sa paglipas ng panahon. Tayo na magsama-sama, magkaisa, basura mo'y huwag itapon kung saan-saan. Linisin ang kalikasan, to'y bigay ng Diyos sa atin. Batang Pasig tayo na, gumising ka. Gusto ng pabrika, gusto ng tambucho, gusto ng sigarilyo, sinisira mo ang mundo. Tayo na't magsama-sama, magkaisa, basura mo'y huwag itapon kung saan-saan. Linisin ang kalikasan, ito'y bigay ng Diyos sa atin. Batang Pasig tayo na, gumising ka, gumising ka. Gumising ka, Batang Pasig, gumising ka.
Bank of the Philippines, the Philippines' best digital bank. In the recent Bank Quality Consumer Survey on retail banks last April, we were ranked number 2 of the most helpful banks in Asia Pacific during the COVID-19 crisis and is the only Philippine bank in the top 20 list. Because of the pandemic, it has become crucial that our products and services quickly adapt to the challenges presented in this new digital normal.
Alright, good morning everyone! Sabi nga, gumising ka. So sana gising kayong lahat and sana matulungan ko kayong gumising lahat because we have such an exciting day prepared for each and every one of you. My name is Chantel Nieto. I'm so sorry I was not able to be with you guys yesterday because, well, climate change. Our town was flooded and we didn't have electricity for more than 36 hours. So I hope you guys are all well, safe and dry in your own homes. And I hope that this past storm has just enraged us more than ever and has inspired us to take action. I think that this Climathon couldn't have come at a more poetic time because it really just shows the extent by which we really have to take action. Because climate change isn't a fantasy, it isn't a hoax, it isn't fake news. It's something that we're feeling right here, right now, and it's something we have to take action towards. So I'm very glad to be with each and every one of you here today and to see all the exciting solutions I'm sure you've all come up with at this point. If not, don't worry, you guys still have about 24 hours left to cram. So kayang-kaya yan. Gising na. It's time to work. Right. So good morning again. My name is Chantel Nieto and I will be your event moderator for the remaining 2 days of this year's Pasig Climathon 2020. Now, before we get started with the rest of the day, allow me to share with you all certain reminders, the guidelines for the Ideathon, and then today's schedule. Okay, so to start with, here are some reminders in case nakalimutan nyo after ninyong lahat natulog. So first and foremost, all workshops, panel discussions, and activities will be via the Zoom link that has been provided to you. So the Zoom link is the same. If in case you get lost or you lose the Zoom link, check the Slack channel because it is always just there. Moreover, use Slack to communicate and get updates about the events. So in case there are any updates, cancellations, changes in the schedule, in panel discussions, or even in the guidelines, it's all going to be on Slack. So make sure all of you guys are on Slack and that you communicate, especially with the mentors, the experts, and the coaches on Slack. Other tools that can be used while you ideate with your teams, of course, we're not limiting you guys to Slack. You can always use Google Hangouts, Skype, Zoom, Discord, Jitsi Meet. I've never really heard of that before, but use Jitsi Meet. You can also use Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, or of course, any of the other, deck tools out there, such as Canva, Google Slides, and PowerPoint. So be as creative as you can, both in your solution and in the ways by which you convene and work as a team. Just because we're all virtual and digital doesn't mean we can't come together as a community. Of course, we also have our criteria for judging. So please do remember that the final pitches are tomorrow. So sana ready na kayong lahat, guys. But in case you need any extra guidance, let me just remind you of the criteria the judges will be basing all of your pitches on. First would be the connection to the challenge, which is 25%. So make sure that you really understand the task at hand. So for the most part, what we're looking for here are the insights you will be deriving from the problem. Not only the existence of the problem itself, but more so your understanding of it and of the gaps present in it, which you can leverage on for actual innovative and implementable solutions. Next, we have local relevance. So please do remember that this is the Pasig Climathon. So please make it locally relevant to Pasig City, to its climate, to its geography, to its people. just to also make sure that it is very much implementable in this city and in this country. But do not forget its development potential, which has to do with its scalability and its ability to be replicated in other cities here in the country. Transformative potential also makes up 15%, which has to do with the ability to influence other stakeholders and other groups and sectors. And of course, the last two pieces of the criteria would be the team. So this is how well you work together in a team, which I know might be tricky, but here's a little tip for you guys, which I've learned from all our past pitches. So you know how I would usually love to answer the questions for my team, but then that doesn't necessarily show teamwork. So, particularly for this item, please make sure that each and every member of your team at least answers the question, that they are fully present during your pitch, that they say their part, and that when you answer the questions, it shows teamwork, not just one person hogging the spotlight. So, show teamwork as much as you can. And lastly, of course, would be the people's vote. Please don't forget to really encourage people to vote, vote, vote on the Facebook page for your specific video. Remember, only the thumbs up counts. Hindi pwedeng love, hindi pwedeng care, hindi pwedeng sad reacts only. Kailangan thumbs up dun sa specific post sa Pasig Climathon page mismo. Alam niyo naman tayo mga Pinoy, mahilig tayo sa mga text vote, sa mga email vote. Kaya di ba lagi tayong pasok sa Miss Universe? Kaya gamitin niyo na rin yon and have people like your vote. Sayang din yan, 5%. Never really know how far 5% can go. Nakita niyo naman yung US election, di ba? Every vote counts. All right. So, yeah, every vote counts. So apart from that, one last reminder has to do with the extent by which you guys submit your pitches. So remember to submit it in the following formats. First is through a 6-slide PDF presentation, followed by a 3-minute video presentation given through a link. So you guys do not have to upload the specific video in any form or on Slack. Upload it on YouTube, copy the link there, and then that is the link you would be submitting along with your 6-slide PowerPoint presentation. Please do remember that the 6 slides already contain the title page. No submissions past 12 noon. I hate to sound like a teacher, but please, no submissions past 12 noon tomorrow. So you guys have more than 24 hours to cram it. If you want to submit the everything by 11:59 a.m. tomorrow, that is completely fine and totally normal. I almost dropped my phone. But yes, ganun lang talaga guys. Pag nahulog, saluhin. And yeah, if you want to submit it at 11:59, feel more than free to do so. But of course, just make sure you don't go past 12 noon tomorrow. And again, have your friends, your family, your crushes, your exes, just have them all like the post once it's posted, because we will also be cutting off the counting at 3 p.m. So doon na tayo magsisimula magsabi ng stop the count pag after 3 p.m. na. So guys, just remember, every vote counts. Have people like the posts, and the most number of likes get 5% additional. Well, 5% more for the final judging. So again, every vote counts. So just be sure, submit 6 slides for the presentation plus the link to your video. Submit it before 12 noon. Have people like your posts all before 3 p.m. tomorrow. And then afterwards, be prepared to answer any of the questions the judges may have. And of course, have fun in the process. At the end of the day, only one person would win the Pasig Climathon this year. But with all of our solutions, and once they're implemented, well, then I can say we're all winning, which I think is one of my favorite parts or aspects about this impact field. It's that even if at times we can compete, and we do compete against each other, at the end of the day, when we're all succeeding, all of us really are thriving. So the success of one is the success of the other. So really, let's have that spirit, and let's remember that just by being here, all of you guys are already contributing to change and are in fact winners. So with that, sana na-inspire ko naman kayo ng konti kahit sobrang aga na at hindi nyo alam kung ano mag ginagawa ko dito ang aga-aga. Dapat tulog na lang ako. Sana kahit pa paano na inspire ko kayo. And if that doesn't work, then I have a very special guest for you all who might just do the trick. So for our very first workshop for the day, allow me to introduce Miss Katrina Kendall, an International Environment Ambassador and Miss Earth England 2015. Oh, diba, bongga? As she talks about the importance of food, along with a special guest interview with Charlie Guy, founder of Let Us Grow.
Good morning, Climathon Pasig, and thank you for the introduction. Food is the primary way that we connect with the earth. In a beautiful transfer of energy from the earth to humans, it is all connected. And when one does well, we all do well. It's a symbiotic relationship, but equally, when we harm the earth, we harm ourselves. In the modern urban environment, this connection has become much harder for us to see. And even more so with the rise of urbanization. In cities, food is in shelves, in supermarkets, and it's wrapped in plastic packaging, and water comes from the tap. We are removed and blinded, and these things have desensitized our connection. But food creates other, more visible connections for people. The experiences and relationships that people have with cultures, family, friends, and even ourselves. Food is the cornerstone expression of cultural identity. It is an avenue for people to bond. It is almost always at the heart of celebrations. It's always present when we mark some of the most important milestones of our lives. The nourishment that food provides enables people not just to survive, but to grow and to enjoy this world. And food gives people the energy to take on life's challenges and to be the best version of themselves. And that, I believe, is one of the greatest services that you can have for people and for the planet. And everyone deserves to have that chance. And if everyone had the right access to the nourishment and energy they needed to be the best version of themselves, it would be an exciting world. Food is important, but the way that we get food no longer respects our connection to the earth. Our current food systems have put mass pressure on our environment, from excessive waste to use of pesticides and fertilizers and exploitation of land. All of these things have disrupted the delicate balance of our relationship with the planet. Being more conscious of this connection will help us to be more sustainable, not only in the way that we source our food, but in life in general. In Indigenous cultures, the people have a special connection to the land. The Maori people of New Zealand have the word Wanoa, which means the land and also means the placenta. I find this word beautiful. Just as our mothers fed us, Mother Nature feeds us all. And I imagine what it would have been like to have grown up in a culture where my being is so intertwined with the land and where people and the land are not separate at all. Maybe if all people had that, we wouldn't have put such pressure on our environment. Maybe we wouldn't have caused climate change. I believe there is so much that we can learn from Indigenous ways of life in helping to restore our connection to the land and helping us to live more sustainably. Education is important to relay on a basic level where our food comes from, but also to remind us that we are part of this much greater interconnected system. And raising the level of consciousness of the human impact on the planet and what we can do to be more in harmony with it are key to moving forward. We need the power of community to be more effective. We need the Filipino BAYANIHAN, which means being in a bayan or community, the spirit of unity and cooperation to achieve a goal. Combating climate change and restoring the human connection to the earth through food particularly in our cities, are huge goals and will need the culture of Bayanihan to succeed. With innovation and advances in technology, people are developing new approaches to support and deliver healthier food systems, ones that allow urban communities to combat food insecurity and bring farming directly into cities. Events like Climathon this weekend are a platform for diversity of thought to tackle some of our greatest challenges together in Bayanihan spirit, and this instills hope for the future. Even though we've made it harder for ourselves to see, we are connected to the land and everything in it. Food can help us see that, and developing sustainable food systems are one way to help us achieve a more sustainable future for people and the planet to thrive. One exciting company pushing forward innovation in our food systems is Let Us Grow, a company from the UK who are building farms of the future. I'll be interviewing Charlie Guy, who's one of the founders of Let Us Grow, to hear more about their story. But first, let us learn more about Let Us Grow in this video together.
The global food system accounts for approximately a third of all CO2 emitted worldwide. There's huge amounts of waste in terms of water, land use, fertilizer and pesticides, resulting in massive problems all the way through from farm to fork. Our current methods of food production are not sustainable. We're going to have another 2 billion more mouths to feed by 2050, and this could cause catastrophic problems. At Let Us Grow, we're developing new ways to grow fresh produce and help feed the next generation. I'm Charlie Guy, Managing Director here at Let Us Grow, a company I set up together with my co-founders, Ben and Jack. Our mission is to reduce the waste and carbon footprint of fresh produce by enabling anyone to grow as near as possible to the point of consumption. So we've generated a unique aeroponic technology. Aeroponics is a method of growing plants without soil, where the plant roots are exposed to a nutrient-dense mist. We sow our seeds onto a biodegradable and organic mat, which we place into these trays. The roots hang down out of them and are exposed to the nutrient-dense mist. This allows the plants to grow at their optimum level, with much greater access to oxygen and carbon dioxide than plants get in hydroponic systems. We've achieved growth increases of over 70% compared to these indoor growing facilities. We use about 30% less water than hydroponics, and compared to traditional agriculture, we actually use 95% less water due to recapture and recirculation of our water and nutrients. Because we grow in a completely controlled environment, the plants don't require any pesticides or herbicides to grow. We don't need to use any sunlight. All of the light is provided by these specialist grow lights. Our technology is applicable anywhere around the world, since you're not reliant on the climatic or environmental conditions. Alongside our aeroponic technology, we've built a full farm management software called Astara to help farmers do their jobs more efficiently and more easily. Astara manages their data collection automatically and automates a number of their processes so they don't have to. We want to inspire the next generation to improve food production and to know that they can help to feed generations to come by engaging with agriculture.
Hi Charlie, thank you so much for joining us here this morning at Climathon Pasig.
Hi Katrina, thanks for having me. Real pleasure to be here.
Thank you again. So we've all just watched together the video to learn a bit more about Let Us Grow, but I would love to hear a bit more about the story behind Let Us Grow, and yeah, to love to hear that from you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we founded Lettuce Grow really to be tackling the problem of food waste and with some of the issues that our current food supply, the systems that our food's currently supplied with have inherent within them. So food waste was the real driver, and we wanted to tackle that at its root, at its core, to make food production more efficient, more sustainable, and more resilient. So I'm here in Bristol in the UK, and part of my journey into understanding that food waste problem was from talking to lots of different retailers, restaurants, and other actors within the food supply chain here, and that's where sort of Lettuce Grow was born out of trying to address some of these issues with how our food's currently produced and distributed.
It's interesting that you talk about like having to involve a lot of people, because there are so many different elements involved. And yeah, maybe can you talk a bit about that and yeah, how it's all kind of connected, and how I guess you feel personally about that and food as a whole and food security as a whole.
Yeah, I guess globally our food chains are very complex, and that's just a product of how things have developed and evolved over years of sort of population growth and changes in people moving into cities more and more. And that's really what's, that plus international global trade has really created this extremely complex network of how food travels around our system. And it's much like plumbing and water moving around pipes. There's this constant flows of food moving through different people and countries, and that brings about an incredible amount of diversity. But it also, when you start looking at the complexity of those chains, is pretty complicated sometimes. And I guess recent global events have highlighted what can happen when some of those chains break. So that, along with the stresses that climate change are putting on our food systems, is really where what Lettuce Grow does with indoor farming can help to really shorten supply chains and make them much more transparent and build connections between both the sort of growers and consumers and those that are involved in that food supply chain. So it's all about making it simpler, shortening those supply chains, and building value for people through doing that.
And would love to hear a kind of more like a personal point of view on why food security is important.
So I guess food security for me is about accessibility and availability of supply, and bringing things in many ways that with those shorter supply chains that I mentioned, bringing things closer to where we eat, bringing production closer to where we eat it, to reduce the risks of climate risks and other risks within the food chain. So for me, food security is about making things accessible and available to as many people as possible, in a way that the supply chain that does that is resilient and is less susceptible to the shocks of climate change, politics, and I guess recently pandemics. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything else that you'd like to add that we didn't see in the video that you guys are working on at the moment?
I guess
the pandemic.
There's a lot going on
for you guys.
Always a lot going on at Lettuce Grow, and we've recently launched a new sort of containerized product. So it's called Drop and Grow, and we can put these shipping containers anywhere, and they contain all of the proprietary technology we've been developing at Lettuce Grow over the past few years. So that's an exciting one for us in terms of that product line. But we're continuously working on expanding what we're doing and working with more and more people around the UK and around the world.
It's amazing. Hopefully coming out to Asia and to the Philippines, maybe.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I guess the best place to to stay up to date is our website and our socials for all the latest things happening at Let Us Grow.
We'll make sure that we will link all of those things so everyone can check you out and learn more about what you guys are doing. Would love to kind of wrap up, and you talk about, you know, keeping on pushing forward, and given the changes with everything happening and the pressures on our environment and how that changes and how that affects us, and being able to adapt in your journey as an entrepreneur and being able to adapt as a company. I guess kind of lessons learned from that, and in general, the lessons learned by being an entrepreneur, given that we've got participants involved in creating their ideas and really trying to push them forward. Would love to hear from you some advice that you can give to the participants.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess, yeah, key pieces of advice for me are always to be dreaming big, but keeping those short-term goals realistic and achievable as well, and having that long-term big vision of what you're working on could be, and the impact it could have. Obviously, yeah, the sustainability elements of that and the other sort of social impacts as well, the sort of big picture, broad look at your vision there, but also having those tangible steps to achieving that, and laying those out clearly, because yeah, that's the laying out that journey that you'll be setting yourself on, and it's an exciting one. So there's one of them, and I guess another piece of general advice that I like to I guess share is just to talk to as many people as possible about what you're doing and about your ideas, because it's people that will help you make these ideas possible, and it's other people that will amplify what you're doing and multiply the effects and the ambition. So talk to as many people as you can, because you don't know where those opportunities will come from. So yeah, I guess they're two bits of advice that have worked for me thus far.
Great, two great pieces of advice. So we've got, I guess every big journey starts with a small step. So breaking things down into those more achievable steps to be able to achieve a bigger goal. And then the second one is to really kind of network, I guess, and really talk to as many people as you can to, leverage, I guess, diversity of thought to, enrich your idea and help you move forward. So thank you so much, Charlie, for your time and for sharing the advice with us and sharing a bit more about your journey at Let Us Grow. As I mentioned, we will be sharing the social media links and website of Let Us Grow so everyone can check it out. I hope you've all learned a little bit more today and feel more inspired about your journeys for day 2 at Climathon. So thank you again, Charlie, and thank you to everyone else, and thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Brilliant, thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Katrina Kendall, and of course, Charlie Guy of Let Us Grow. As they said, every big dream, we have to cut down into smaller, more actionable steps. Only then can we truly achieve our goals. And can I just say that this Climathon sure is an amazing way by which we can start, or we can continue with all of those steps, all those small steps towards achieving our even bigger goal of food security, sustainable food systems, and a world that is more just, inclusive, and sustainable for all. Next up, we have a very, very exciting panel discussion on how we can make our food at home much, much more sustainable. I will be moderating this panel discussion, and with me, more importantly, are some of the most amazing panel speakers you probably would hear. Not just today, but ever. So allow me to introduce first and foremost Mr. David Louis Ang. So Dave is a student from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, currently majoring in community nutrition. He is an environmental advocate and an aspiring nutritionist and dietitian. His love for the environment is sparked by a will and yearning to serve the country and the future generations. He believes that sustainability promotes stronger livelihoods as well as lives, which I definitely very much agree with. He is the founder of the Sustainable Gardener PH, please check them out, Youth Green Educator of Green Education Philippines, and is the Vice President for External Affairs of the Philippine Association of Nutrition Alpha Chapter. Next, we have Zeth Antaran. So Zeth is a licensed agriculturist and has his degree in agriculture, specialized in genetics and plant breeding from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. He has been with WWF Philippines for 4 years now and is currently the project officer of the Sustainable Food Systems in WWF. Presently, he's focusing on his project Linang, Sustainable Farm to Table Program. The project aims to address food security and sustainable livelihood challenges in rural farming communities by providing on and off-site interventions and capacity development workshops on sustainable agricultural production, financial literacy, and savings mobilization, and the creation of viable agro enterprises. We need a whole lot of that now, so I look forward to hearing more about that, Seth, while we discuss later on. Next, we have Seth Karandang. Seth Karandang has over 15 years of experience in development work, collaborating and working with rural communities to create sustainable livelihood, protect the environment, and empower women and the youth. She believes in pursuing actions to help address global warming, climate change, and plastic pollution. And she's very much passionate about marine conservation and alternative food systems, as well as healthy, farmer-friendly, and community-focused food systems and value chains. As a managing trustee of the Philippine Reef and Rainforest Conservation Foundation, Seth designs and delivers environmental education programs, leads the foundation's community development initiatives, and supports the operations of the foundation's social enterprises, the Danjugan Island Nature Tourism Program, and Wala Usik, or Zero Waste, Change and Kapihan. At the onset of the pandemic, she reconnected and volunteered with Agrea Philippines and its Move Food initiative to get food directly from farmers to urban consumers. Next, we have Mr. Erwin Belen. Mr. Erwin will be replacing Miss Nuhaya, because Miss Norhaya currently has been experiencing a lot of electricity problems, so I can definitely relate. But yeah, we wish Miss Norhaya the best, and we hope your electricity comes back real soon. Mr. Erwin, we're so glad to have you here. So Erwin has been working for urban security since 2016. His former job as an agri-extension specialist for urban agriculture started his passion in providing trainings and seminars to people who want to plant their own vegetables in their backyards. In 2017, he started Urban Agricultural PH, a go-to resource Facebook page for urban agricultural news, tips, and tricks in the Philippines. The following year, we saw the growth of his advocacy as he worked on the development of the urban farm at East Rembo, Makati City, as part of his change project under the Future Bridging Leaders Program of the AIM, or the Asia Institute of Management. Erwin also is the chapter president of the Philippine Association of Agriculture National Capital Region and was SDG 2 ambassador of the 2030 Youth Force of the Philippines. He is also part of the Young Professionals for Agricultural Development organization Philippine chapter. Mr. Erwin Belen, we're glad to have you here. Last, but definitely not at the very least, we have Miss Juana Yupanco. Miss Juana holds a certificate in plant-based nutrition from T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies and is completing her master's in global nutrition and food security at the University of Edinburgh, such a wonderful city, and was an awardee of the Richard Davidson Award in her first year in the University of Edinburgh. Mesa ni Mises, her flagship project, was founded in 2017 by Juana and started off as a teaching advocacy. They aim to make dishes at around 200 to 300 pesos each for a family of 4. The Mesa ni Mises cookbook is the first cookbook by founder Juana Manahan Yupanco, published under ABS-CBN Books. The book features 40 plant-based recipes that make use of local, native Filipino vegetables. The philosophy behind Mesa ni Mises recipes is simple. It's to make Filipino vegetables the star of the show by using them in international cuisines that are not only affordable but also very much yummy and sustainable. So, Ms. Juana, thank you for being here. We're glad to have you here. And with that, let's kick off our discussions. I hope the panelists are also ready. All right, so welcome to everyone who's here. Thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's been a couple of very busy, struggling days for each and every one of you, so we're glad you're here. So let me kick off the discussion by throwing a very general question that each and every one of you, or any one of you, could answer for that matter. The question is simple. What makes food sustainable? How can we say that the food we're consuming or that we're bringing in or creating is in fact sustainable?
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please do go ahead,
Yes.
Zed.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm glad to see a lot of people joining us this morning. So anyways, to answer your question, sustainable food is really not just about the food itself. So it's a combination of factors na kailangan natin i-consider. So number one, meron tayong tinatawag na food miles. It is the travel of the food from the source to your plate. So ito yung mas pataas yung contribution to the level of the sustainability of your food. And beyond that, marami pa tayong mga dapat na consider, such as sustainable farming practices na nag-employ ng low environmental impact. Kailangan natin i-uphold yung animal welfare. So, kailangan hindi cage, kailangan free range. Kailangan i-highlight din yung public health. So, kailangan ay safe and nutritious yung ating food na pinaproduce. And of course, kailangan din natin ng good employment practices sa ating farm. So, maraming factors na kailangan consider bago matawag na ang food ay sustainable.
Yeah,
Zeth, if I could just... Yes.
Go.
No, please do go ahead. Yes.
Oh, no, I was going to say, Seth, like just to add to that, that's what we do at Mesa ni Mises. Everything is, sourced very, very locally. So like on Mesa ni Mises, we focus on using bahay kubo vegetables because that's what grows around us, right? And talking about like animal cruelty and how things are raised, it's very, very difficult to monitor that. I mean, when I was still eating meat, I kind of went crazy thinking about like, oh my gosh, where did this steak come from? How was this chicken treated? And I just went nuts. And I think that's why I completely just went plant-based because I couldn't handle it. And I think like it's a lot for people, like for regular people who, parang they don't read so much but they want to do more. When you get into it, you're gonna get crazy. Like I went crazy for a while. Like, oh my gosh, this fish like ate plastic, and like I'm gonna feed it to my kids, and it's just so much. It's just so overwhelming. So like, what the previous speaker said during before our section came on, see Ms. Kendall before she came on, it's really important to break it down. So I think. For us Filipinos, eating locally, sourcing sustainably is something we can very much do easily. And, there's a lot of sources here, people at the Climathon who can help us figure that out.
Definitely, Ms. Juana, as you said, breaking it down, sourcing locally and really trying to see just where in the chain our food comes in. Miss Seth, I would just want to ask you, like, how can we do that? Miss Juana talked about sourcing food locally and sustainably, but how, like, do you have any tips with regard to how we can do that?
Yes, definitely. I think as a consumer, there's like simple things we can do. So number one, we should buy local and buy seasonal. You know, sometimes you don't think about it. Like we go to the supermarket and we, oh, anong type kong kainin today? And then it's like, oh, I want to eat this, but then you don't really think about if that food is actually seasonal, right? And not only is it like more sustainable to buy this way, but it's actually cheaper because if you guys notice, pag seasonal yung gulay, for example,
Madami, diba?
madami,
Tambak.
maganda,
Yes.
mas mura, diba?
Mura.
So that's one. The other thing is trying to source directly from farmers. So right now, the way we're buying, most of us are buying sa grocery, diba? And if you think about it, we actually don't really know where that food is coming from because we've kind of lost the connection with the one growing the food, diba? You go to the grocery, you buy vegetables, but saan ba talaga galing yun? We don't know. So if you are able to buy or source directly from farmers, then it's better also. And I think it'll also be cheaper. Plus, you'll be helping that farmer also. And I guess my last tip would be if you are able to grow the food yourself. I think that is that is the most direct way to source. So it's kind of hard. I know most of us are in the city and we're living in urban areas, but there's also ways, and I know a lot of you will probably share some other tips on this.
Miss Juana, I can see you reacting there. Do you have anything to add?
I just have a question for Seth, actually. Like for the average person, and I get asked this all the time as well, right? But for like the average person, what are other sources where they can source locally, like from the farmers? Because a lot of times, like the struggle that I have sometimes in sharing Miss and Mrs., I always say, you know, our food you can buy in any palenque, anywhere like that. But there are regular people who maybe also want to try like buying from a farmer like that. But a lot of times, like parang there's this perception that it's reserved for the rich titas who like, oh, I want to help a farmer today, you know, like that. But like if you're like regular person, but you want to do that, like, could you share other sources? Because I would love to share this with more people as well. So I'd like to know that if you have any.
Yeah, I'm actually part of a group that's sourcing directly. I will share a little bit more about it later, Juana. But yes, definitely, I think it is really such a challenge, especially with us here living in the city. There's now a lot of little farmer groups or business farmers who are like growing in nearby places like Laguna, Tagaytay. You know, I think it's really accessible. But yeah, it is very hard when we're I'm from Negros, I'm Ilongga, and it's always easier, right, when you're in the province. So yeah, I will share a little bit more about that later, Juana, in my
Awesome.
slides. Great.
That's really cool. Honestly, that was my next question, Juana. You were very spot on. So it's very important because it's so easy to talk about these actions and these tips, you know, source locally, get from farmers. But when it comes to actually doing it on the ground, it's not that easy. So it's very important that we also show people just how to do it. Si Erwin, kita nyo, sinorse na agad sa farm yung background.
He's there.
Right from the farm.
Pabili naman dyan, no? But speaking of vegetables, I know we've been talking about getting food from local farmers and really going into what's nutritious. But beyond the mere fact that it is nutritious, I do wonder, is there a certain correlation or maybe even a certain direct relationship between nutritious food and the extent by which we make our food systems actually sustainable? Dave, I know you've done a lot of research with regard to this relationship. Could you tell us more about why they kind of go hand in hand?
Yeah, hi everyone. So I'm Dave. Yeah, the founder of Sustainable Gardener. So I just want to, aside from having safe produce, I would like to emphasize that nutritious food also plays a role in food sustainability. So just because we are eating every day doesn't mean that we are already healthy, right? So if just because I eat hot dogs or pancakes and drink sodas or whatever means that I'll already live healthily. Because in order for us to thrive, we need a range of food providing a variety of essential health benefits. And I think that also plays a big factor when it comes to food sustainability. And there's also, coming from the nutrition side, since I'm currently taking up community nutrition, we have a study about um, food that we get from supermarkets or industrial companies based versus the food that are produced in our homes. That food that we grow in our homes are usually and more nutritious than we buy in supermarkets. So yeah, nutritious food is really it plays a big role when it comes to food sustainability as well.
Wow, that's very interesting. I mean, usually when you buy something off the shelf, you think that it's better because, well, it was good enough to be on the shelf in the first place versus something that you perhaps DIY'd at home. But it's very interesting to know that for the most part, research shows us that food you grow at home is actually a lot more nutritious, a lot healthier than it is. So from the looks of it, it sure looks like sustainability, or at least food sustainability, is important, not just on a very macro level, but it's also very beneficial to our health as people. But why is it that we're still here? Why is it that we're still talking about this? That we're still debating about whether or not this is something that we actually have to change or act on. So I guess this is my question: is just this is another general question for each and every member of the panel today. Is it's a twofold one. One is, why is it so important? Why is it so important in relation to climate change? I mean, this is a climathon. And second, if it's so important, why aren't we necessarily acting on it completely now? Why hasn't it still changed? What are the challenges we're foreseeing?
Just to add on what Dave said a while ago, the mere fact na yung gulay or yung prutas ay naka-display sa grocery and it's beautiful, it's smooth and everything, it means most probably na may food waste na nangyari. May na-reject na gulay. So automatically, hindi na siya sustainable agad kasi meron tayong sinayang na food for the mga consumer. And going back to your second question, it's very important to know or to learn about sustainable food, to shift into this diet kasi we're growing. We're still growing. Our population is still growing. We're supposed to be 9 billion, I think, around 2050. And if we continue to consume food, produce food this way, we will threaten the whole food system. Kasi agriculture is one of the major sources of greenhouse gases. Kasi tayo rin, agriculture din yung main cause ng deforestation and habitat loss. So, kailangan talaga natin na baguhin the way we produce and consume food.
Yeah, Zeth, all right. Thank you for that. Actually, that's really, really true. Initially, when you were talking about how much smoother the vegetables are, I was thinking GMO, which may or may not necessarily be a bad thing. But it's true. It means that with every beautiful fruit or vegetable you see, there's about 1,000 or maybe 100 that were discarded. And it amounts to a lot of food waste, which is one of the largest contributors of climate change, for that matter. So, yeah, it really does show the interconnection between one or the other. Seth, I see you nodding your head there. Is there something that you want to add with regard to why this is important and what challenges we're encountering right now that stops us from really fully, completely acting on it despite its importance?
Yeah, we're talking about food and nutrition, you know, and many times those two topics are not really tackled in a comprehensive way. So, you know, food security is not just about access or availability. It's also about quality of food. And I think have you guys seen the Kiss the Ground, the documentary in Netflix?
Yes.
It's amazing. You must watch it. It talks about the health of our soils. And it's really, that's where it all boils down to, like, our soils are no longer healthy. And so we're growing food on the soil. So like, how do we expect to get healthy food? So challenges, I think it's, with development, quote unquote, we've become used to this way of growing and consuming food that is not healthy for our bodies and not healthy for the planet. And of course, it's important to tackle it because maybe for us, we'll still be okay, but like, what about our kids, right? And their kids. So it's not going to be, when you talk about sustainability, it's always about looking at the future generation, and we need to think about them. And yeah, sabi nga ni Zeth, 9 billion na ba? So
By 2050.
yeah, now is
Oh
the
my
time. Like, it's
God.
already kind of a little bit late, but yeah, now really is the time. And I think small initiatives such as what the Climathon this activity is trying to generate, I think will all help.
Yeah, I think just to build to go back to your question, Chantal, like, why aren't we talking about it? Like, why are we still here? Is beyond me. But I think exactly exactly what Seth said. Like, it's just not talked about. It's the same way that people never talked about really how food affects your health, how Filipinos are dying from non-communicable disease because of what we eat. It's like it's a lifestyle thing. It's the same as that. People aren't talking about how we're growing our own food, or in fact not growing our own food, and the fact that we import rice and we're a rice growing country. Like, it's just things that have never been tackled, and it's better late than never that they're actually talking about it. And I think it's our job as doing what we do, as like with our respective projects, to really talk about it more. And this Climathon's a great way to bring that up. A lot of the food waste is already gone. Sa farm gate pa lang, wala na. Like, people always talk about how food waste on the plate, that's what's the recorded number, is that 30% of waste, that's just from your plate. They never ever talk about what's thrown away at the farm, what's thrown away at the grocery. All of that is never ever talked about. The other thing that's never talked about is how 30% of crops is actually fed to animals. And that only produces like a very, very small amount of meat, of animal product to feed humans. Imagine if more people ate vegetables, more crops. It's not a food shortage problem. It's a system problem, where it's going, who it's going to. And I'm glad that people are talking about it now, but I think that's what we just did not recognize before, and that's why it wasn't being talked about.
I do have a question, and just to build on that answer, Juana, it really just got me thinking. So I'm pretty sure all of you here are familiar with the practice of regenerative agriculture. So we do talk about the importance of acting sustainably on the demand side. So as local consumers, we ought to consume locally. We ought to go for nutritious food, grow our own food. But as Seth said, we only really have a couple of years or harvests left until our topsoil is gone and out, which means by then we wouldn't really have much to work on with regard to planting and harvesting. I do know that regenerative agriculture as a practice is sort of being advocated for now because supposedly it helps bring back nutrients into the soil and regenerate our initial topsoil. So what are your thoughts on that? Because I was talking to a lot of different people here a couple of months back, and one of the key barriers, but also realities, I wouldn't even call it a barrier, realities, is that it's a new way of planting and of growing things, which isn't necessarily common for our farmers right now. So how do we go about this? How do we go about marrying theory and practice? And how do we make it as seamless as possible for our farmers, because it's one thing to demand for more sustainable food and more sustainable local food, and it's another to support our farmers as they grow it to the extent by which perhaps they need to grow it on a systemic level for our food systems to actually really be sustainable. So how can we go about it? We can start off with Seth. I know you've had work with in relation to this, and then we'll just go around.
Yeah, I think maybe two things we can explore. One is, so the land used for farming or agriculture is diminishing, right? So we need technology or systems that will maximize every inch of land. So I'm talking about intercropping, permaculture, yung space in between yung palay or corn, meron pa yang pwedeng i-grow dyan, di ba? So it's about maximizing the diminishing land already that we have, because with commercialization and industrialization, agricultural land is being converted na, di ba? So that's one. The other is, and I don't have much experience on this, but maybe some of the panelists do, yung growing on like hydroponics or like not using soil. May mga ganun din, di ba? Or container growing, or like even growing like inside a building, or like in the video earlier. So these are just some of the things I've seen, and maybe the others can share also what they've seen.
Erwin, you seem to know a lot about plants there.
Yeah. Well, in my experience doing agriculture and yung farmers kasi natin, what we're seeing right now is that they are stuck with the knowledge na ano yung alam nila from the past. Yung sinasabi natin na regenerative agriculture, actually, it's being done before, and then nung nagkaroon ng mga technologies, ganyan, unti-unti siyang nawala with their knowledge. Kumbaga parang ang mas tumatak sa kanila was we're growing plants, at the same time malaki yung harvest. Ngayon, nawawala yung concept of sustainability. Yung mga what we can do siguro right now is, first we need to understand where are the farmers are coming from. Second, how can we help them, given there are lots of technologies as well na we can be more what do you call it, parang optimized yung paglalagay ng inputs. Let's say you need fertilizers, so hindi siya yung ganung karami unlike yung ginagawa before. Kumbaga somehow step by step, and then we're also incorporating yung mga organic materials and let them know na these practices can help in the environment. And siguro one thing that we also need to consider is how much, tama yung sinabi kanina, agriculture is one of the biggest producers of carbon footprint. And I think we need to instill with our farmers how agriculture affects the environment as well. So going back sa basics, I think that's one thing that we really need to consider. Ayan.
Yes, I definitely agree with you, Erwin. Just to share, I was in this summit 3 years ago, and for the whole duration of the summit, we went vegetarian. And I was so confused as to why. Initially, I was thinking it was just because they didn't really want to think about, people who weren't meat eaters and vegans, vegetarians. So just go all vegetarian. But then apparently it was because, and it was the first time I found out about it, was that agriculture and meat production, I think, was the second largest emitter of carbon emissions worldwide.
So much.
So I was like, really? I didn't realize that it was because of course, methane and everything. So these things we don't really think about as much, especially since when we think about agriculture and food, we think about farms, and how could farms even ever really do that bad? So there are these pictures and images in our head which perhaps need rethinking, reevaluating, and also on our end recommunicating, so that the general public could also be more not really informed but aware of everything that's happening. Moreover, I think, as Erwin said, it's a matter of making things very relevant for the farmers. Because I personally, I hate going to a place and telling people, this is what you ought to do, this is the right thing. Because it's a different reality and you never really know why they do what they do. And as Erwin said, these are things that we already know. These are things that the farmers already know, but because of perhaps need, they aren't really, I mean, our farmers are one of our most marginalized sectors. Because of need, they have to plant monolithically. Because if not, you know, yields might not be, profits might not be enough. So it's a matter of really working with them and working with benefits for both sides. And these are just some examples of solutions or ways by which we can go about really bringing the solutions on the ground. And I know that I'm just talking here, but you guys are actually doing the work on the ground. So now, I just want to give you all the opportunities to really talk about the different solutions you guys are working on so that our participants themselves can also get inspiration and perhaps some ideas from it. So let's start with you again, Zeth. Let's talk about your project and then we'll go around and give everyone the opportunity to share about theirs.
Hi. So yeah, I'm just waiting for my visuals.
I'm so excited to hear about your projects, guys. I mean, I know we've talked about it, but I'm so excited for them to hear about it. They're just absolutely amazing. And while we're waiting for Zeth's visuals, I just wanna give one spotlight to one question we have asked here. Just a true or false. True or false, you can't claim that something is organic if it's grown in an urban farm.
Ooh, good question. I don't know.
Can I answer that?
Yes,
I
Erwin,
think,
please
yeah.
do.
Well, for this, the claims for organic should be certified. I mean, anyone, actually kahit yung mga farms na nasa bukid, they cannot claim that they grow organic unless meron silang certification. So, for urban farms, they need to be certified. Ngayon, there are standards, may standards din tayong sinusunod. Hydroponics cannot be considered as organic, aquaponics as well because hindi siya yung natural na way na pagpapatubo ng halaman. But we know that yung ganitong methods are kumbaga one of the accepted ways to eat to accept yung mga vegetables sa malinis. Pero technically, we cannot claim as long as walang certification. Yan lang yung pinakakailangan natin.
You know, just to add to that, before when I told you I was like crazy, like thinking where my food came from, there was a time that I would eat 1000% organic talaga. Like I will not touch it or let it touch my kids if it's not organic. And you know what happened? I went broke because it's expensive here, right? And through like my learnings in Edinburgh and the courses, parang my mind just opened to other ways that it's okay. Like it doesn't, and someone might kill me like for saying this, but it doesn't have to be organic all the time. If you can afford it, why not, right? But parang for most people, like the people like we have on Mess and Mrs. Can't afford organic. Like buy na lang what's near you, buy na lang what's close to you. Because more often than not, if it's not a huge monocrop farm, they're probably farming organically or the old style anyway. Wala lang ng certificate. Because to get a certificate, you need money, you need to like abide by all these things. So again, someone might kill me for saying this. Just the whole system of being organic is very anti-poor already. Because guess what? They can't afford that. Even the regular farmers can't afford that system. So yeah, I've been like afraid to say that, but it's something that I did learn, you know. And parang I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna die if I eat this regularly grown patola, you know. So yun lang, I just wanted to share that.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. Really, I think it's a matter of being practical, but also inclusive up to a certain extent. Because as much as we'd all love to go fully organic, it's, as you said, it's expensive. And if it's expensive for you, it's expensive for so many other people. And you can't really label them as sinners or, anti-environmentalists just because of
Yeah.
that. It's a matter of meeting everyone where they are. So definitely. Zeth, shall we go back to you? I think your visuals are ready now.
Yes, I hope so.
Yes, there we go.
Hi, everybody. So, are you seeing it? The Food Shed Farming Enterprise?
Yes.
Everybody seeing it? So, this is the Food Shed Farming Enterprise. This is what we do with WWF. It's a key element in climate change adaptation and food security. Next, please. So, it's food shed farming system. It's a compact, protective, regenerative, and diversified food production system that adopts natural and green farming technology, such as waste recycling by composting, rainwater harvesting, natural pest and disease control, containerized production, and integrated nutrient management. So next slide, please. So as you can see here, nakapoint naman to arrows. And food shed is prefabricated, modular, and made of locally available materials. So it's just bamboo and wood na available sa local neighborhood nyo, sa local community. So at least 60 containers of fruiting vegetables, i.e. eggplant, okra, tomato, cucumber, and 20 trays of lettuce for food shed. So for closer picture, yung ibabaw ay lettuce, sa baba ay broiler chicken. So sa baba nung parang storage sa baba ay chickens and sa ibabaw ay lettuce. Tapos minimum of 50 square meters of space lang for our community. So ito nasa baba, it's just lots of, I think there are chili or eggplant. Next slide, please. So ito yung, for every 10 food sheds na nagagawa namin, so meron tayong at least 1,500 individuals with direct access to food, 30 direct employment opportunities. Kasi ang gusto namin, si community rin yung nag-manage ng kanilang food house. And of course, meron sila mga vegetables na mga harvest and yung protein source nila from the chicken. Sa project na ganito, palagi namin pinapasukan ng financial literacy and savings mobilization. So, meron kaming tinatawag na GSLA or Group Savings Loan Association. It's typically called, it's similar to World Vision Village Bank. So, gumawa lang kami ng panibagong version namin. So, ayan, meron kaming 200 families na naaabot for financial services. Approximately 210,000 savings for 6 months and 21,000 estimated GSLA social funds. So sa communal gardening, sa food house, it empowers us to choose and grow our own food. Kasi tayo yung decide kung anong tatanim natin, kung anong i-grow natin. It gives us the farming experience. Yun nga sinasabi ng kasama ko sa panel, hindi galing sa supermarket yung gulay natin. We have to understand, especially the millennials and the youth, yung buong farming experience. So, kapag naranasan nila yung farming experience na yun, they will not take their food for granted and they will respect more the work of the farmer and the work that they do. It's essential life skill, lalong-lalo na ngayon na malala yung mga impact ng climate change, yung typhoon and the pandemic. So, maganda na magkaroon tayo ng skill on how to grow our own food kasi in times of crisis, meron tayong windowsill, meron tayong backyard, meron tayong old jeans, old tap, plastic container, we can grow our own food. It's a source of nutritious and safe food kasi ikaw yung nag-alaga, ikaw yung nagbilig and everything. And kung meron kayong surplus, you can venture into enterprise. So ayun, that's all.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm looking at it and I can just see how many people could be helped and served by this initiative. I do hope it grows. How does it fare with typhoons, Zeth?
Yung roof niya, it's made in such a way na papasok yung wind. So parang may space siya. So kaya niyang i-withstand at least signal number 2 na wind. Para papasok yung hangin para hindi masira. And kahit naman na masira siya, since locally available yung material, madali siyang i-rebuild and hindi siya masyadong mahal.
Can you can like somebody order this from you if they were interested in setting up like a farm? Can we just be like, Zeph, I have land here. Can you come and
Yes,
put all this?
actually,
Wow. Instant farm.
yeah, actually, kasi it's a farm. It's a
Yeah.
50 square meters lang ng land. We can do it. How we do it is usually meron kaming mga partners, and we start with working with a local organization and with the LGU, barangay LGU or city LGU to help put it up. So meron tayong mga support services, of course. So yung training and yung building and everything kasama din sa buong package ng project.
That's so helpful, I think, for like communities, especially so rural, who like you want to
Yes.
give them a livelihood or, you know, something like that. Parang if you just want to buy that for them and they have something that will help them grow. That's
Yeah,
such an amazing
sponsor a
project.
farm shed.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Let's sponsor a farm shed. Such a good idea.
Oh, that's so cute. I love that. We should definitely do that. I feel like so many people would go for it. Right.
Is it expensive?
We can do it in the city kasi sa mga villages, kung may mga bakanteng lote na hindi pa nagagawa ng bahay, we can do it in the city.
Yes.
Hindi lang siya applicable to rural area.
I do have a
Affordable
question.
naman siya.
Sorry?
No, let's go with
It's
that. Is it
affordable.
Yeah, it's very affordable. It's made of wood and bamboo.
Wow.
What price range are we? Sorry, last two questions is, what price range are we looking at? I'm sure a lot of viewers are very interested to know. And second one is how is the acceptance rate with regard to having maybe urban administrators or whatnot accept that there would be poultry in the area? That's a question
I
from
think
our
for
participants.
For the cost, we're looking at, I think, around 50 to 80. That's everything, including the trainings and everything for our consultants and for the laborers, of course, in helping rebuild the structure. For the update and the policies, of course, may mga sa mga cities, meron tayong mga sariling regulations on waste. Kasi that the poop of the chicken is being used as fertilizer for the plant. So talagang regenerative talaga siya. Wala nasasayang. But mas marami kami right now on rural areas. I think we have around 11 or 10 right now in rural areas. And we have one in Taytay Rizal. It's a partnership with Gawad Kalinga. Pilia Rizal, I'm sorry, Pilia Rizal. It's a partnership with Gawad Kalinga. So, ayun, yung medyo near urban. But okay naman sila. So, it's very successful right now. Actually, yung halos lahat ng photos kanina sa slides ko, sa materials ko, ay from Pilia Rizal one.
Wow.
So, sustainable na sa on their own. Sinasendan nila kami ng pictures sa mga crops and everything.
That's so thrilling. For people like me, I love vegetables and I promote it, but guess what? I can't grow them. I kill everything I touch. Like, I'm lucky these are alive. So that's like an amazing thing to do for people who like want to support that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we went from Zeth growing vegetables. How about we go to you, Juana, to actually cooking and consuming these vegetables? We'd love to hear more about your Mesa ni Mises project.
Right. Okay. Are my slides up? There. Okay. So there's a lot of slides, but I'm going to go very, very quickly. So at Mesa ni Mises, we love local food, and we use our local food to nourish our families. Sorry, I'm gonna go next. And we do this by helping everyday moms, just everybody, create your Bahay Kubo kitchen. So normally I'd make the audience sing just to refresh their memory about Bahay Kubo. I'm not gonna do that today because we're short on time. But we eat the Bahay Kubo vegetables and we promote this is because it's cheap, it's affordable, and it's accessible. And I think our vegetables here are very much undermined by like the kales and broccolis of this world. So why do we eat local and sustainable? First of all, it's for the environment. You lessen your carbon footprint by eating local. Second, it's for the economy. You're helping local farmers third, it's for ourselves, it's for our health. At Messy Misses, we do this in 3 ways. First, we create budget-friendly recipes. We just released our cookbook 3 weeks ago.
Cute.
Yeah, and our recipes go from 200 to 350 pesos, and this is based on the research that we did that nanays, urban city nanays, that's how much they spend on food, like after medicines, transportation, school supplies. That's how much they really spend on a meal. So our recipes are like this. We also go out to communities and even to corporations to teach proper health and nutrition. And we do this by using local plant-based, teaching that you're able to achieve this eating local plant-based. Another way we do this is we collaborate. So we've done collaborations with restaurants, like mainstream restaurants like Wildflower, Discovery, Primea Hotel, Anya Hotel, Tagaytay, Raffles, Fairmont. And we've done collaborations with them where we ask them, please put the local vegetable as the star of the show. We also collaborate with local governments, hospitals. 3 hospitals now in Manila have a Messy Misses menu so that when you're checked in, you don't have to eat tocino and red hot dog. Just as you're recovering, you can now opt for a plant-based meal in a hospital. So really quickly, I'm going to run through our program. So first, we have our flagship, which is Messy Misses. We support nanays in barangays by providing them plant-based food and plant-based recipes, and we challenge them, okay, show it to your kids, kainin nyo to for a month and see how your health improves and how kung gusto ng mga kids nyo. Next, we do cooking classes. This is through, we do this for public schools, for private individuals. We teach them that cooking with plant-based food is very, very easy. Next, we have health and nutrition lectures, which are usually embedded with these cooking classes. We have feeding programs as well, where we do stuff for which leads to the next one, the Cocina Connection, which was launched during the start of the pandemic. It's still ongoing up to now with it's a relief response where we provide plant-based meals in compostable, biodegradable packaging. So the packages they're holding here are made of sugarcane and cassava, if I'm not mistaken. And I mentioned this before, hospital partnerships. Next, we have Soap for Hope, which is our soap recycling program. So we take soap from hotels and we reprocess this and have them use this as the communities for their own use. Along with that, we teach eco-bricking. We help with community gardens, and I think I'd love to connect with Seth for the community gardens. Although we have like our in-house consultants, I'd love to connect with you for that. We also do security resource analysis. We're doing a lot of research now on our local vegetables. Last but not least, we have our 30-day plant-based challenge, which I invite all my fellow panelists to try at least once. It's 30 days of going plant-based. We provide you with a menu for lunch and dinner, along with all the recipes, tips and tricks on how to eat plant-based and see how you feel after 30 days. And the reason that we do this is because it's for us, it's for our health. But the main thrust of Messy Misses is for those who can't afford good health. They also have, they have like the worst health. And 1 in 3 Filipinos are dying from non-communicable diseases. And like I mentioned earlier, it's a system-wide thing. Direct, if we go to the next slide, like it's a culture of wasting it. I think we mentioned this during our rehearsal, the tinge, it's just all of that. And then here, my slide of my plastic-laden fish, which drives me crazy. But it's just all such a systematic thing. We also aim to show that eating plant-based is much, much cheaper. So on the one side, you have our home-cooked plant-based meals. If you see the difference, the disparity in the cost, you really see that eating plant-based is more affordable. And of course, we do this because I want food to be medicine for everybody, especially for those who can't afford it. And this is really for everybody. So thank you so much for letting me share a little bit about Messy Misses.
Wow, I love that last slide. The fish slide scared me, but the
I told
last
you that
one
makes me crazy, the fish slide.
it's so scary. I would have loved to say something about that, but then of course we're pressed for time. So Dave, moving on from of course that very scary slide, but that very inspirational. Let food be thy medicine, and thy medicine be thy food. By Hippocrates. Let's move on to your project on community nutrition.
Hi everyone. So I just actually want to resonate with Miss Juana. It's actually one of our mantras in nutrition by Hippocrates because we want to have preventive nutrition. So ayan, so going back to the projects I do, it's actually very similar to Mr. Zeth. So I'm an environmental advocate since 2017, and what I usually do is I empower the youth through environmental education in general. But aside from that, I'm someone who is passionate about gardening. So just this quarantine, I've put the two together and formed the Sustainable Gardener. So it actually just officially started this June as an online platform to teach people how to grow their own food sustainably. So surprisingly, it gained a lot of traction, and now I've moved it a step forward by creating community gardens, one community at a time, to strengthen their food security. So I teach them a circular economy where I include composting and upcycling as a means to build community garden and taking care of your plants. So upcycling, just what Miss Juana told a while ago, I use eco bricks to make plant beds. And then aside from eco bricks, I let the community collect plastic bottles as their container for their gardening needs. So it's more of a small scale community garden. And then aside from that, aside from the upcycling thing, I also promote the composting. So they reduce their waste in creating organic fertilizers for their community garden. So it's basically a circular economy when it comes to the community gardening that they're handling. So not only do they practice environmental stewardship, they are also able to strengthen their food security even just by a bit. So especially at a time like this, where Philippines is vulnerable to climate change, and not to mention the pandemic, which gave us limitations to our food sources that we are dependent. Um, strengthening food security is very important at a time like this. And so thank you so much for having me.
Right. Thank you for being here, Dave. Erwin and Seth, you guys can take the floor. Either of you could take the floor.
Yeah, I think Seth can go first.
Okay, yeah, sure. I have a few slides I think I want to share. So this is something that I got involved in at the very start of the pandemic. So I work with a social enterprise called Agria Philippines. And at the very onset of the pandemic, we were trying to move food from farmers directly to the city. So it's called the Mood Food Initiative. And until now, we are still doing this. So I started by basically consolidating vegetables for my community. At the beginning, it was about actually just feeding myself and my family. That was what it was about. But later on, because of my advocacy for sustainable agriculture and really supporting farmers, I really took it on myself to kind of consolidate. And now actually, and I'm actually missing it because this is every Saturday morning. I actually have a community market stall here where I live in Taguig. And so my neighbors come and this is where they can buy vegetables and fruits. And most of this is directly sourced from farmers all over the country. Also, because we are sourcing and it's very hard to kind of estimate how much to get in terms of the volume. So we have also a lot of food waste sometimes. So we also partnered with some chefs and we set up this kitchen. We call it the Agria Rescue Kitchen. So basically everything that is about to go bad, we turn it into products like this. So soups, and we dry the herbs, and there's like pasta sauces and stuff like that. So this also helps address food waste, and we also sell this, so we also make money from it. And before I move to the next project, I also want to share that a lot of NGOs, non-government organizations, are also did a lot of work like this. It's not only Move Food. So some of the ones I know of that you might have heard is Veggies for Good. They're sourcing products from I think it's Dumagat farmers. And then there's also our friends up north. Cloy is the name. Cordillera landing on you. O, di ba ka cute? So
Love
you can
it.
also, they're on Facebook and Instagram. You can search for them. So Move Food Initiative, Veggies for Good, and Cloy are the ones that I know are sourcing directly, and they're available here in the city. Okay, so I mentioned earlier also that I am from Negros, and earlier we talked a little bit about food packaging and plastic pollution, and the scary plastic in the fish. So for those of you who want to do kind of more IEC kind of projects, this is something that we did in Negros. We call it the fish ballan. It's a mobile IEC fake fishball cart. Actually, all of the fishball you see here are made from plastic. So we take this around the different towns. Yeah, it looks really real, right? Because we work with artists
Oh my
to come
gosh.
up with these fake food.
It's like my worst nightmare.
So we take it around the different coastal towns, and because if you start linking the plastic problem with how it affects food and people's health and livelihood, the mothers, the communities, they get it. And this is our way of kind of educating communities on the problem of plastic, which is used a lot in our food packaging. So for those who want to do this kind of activity, IEC, I think educating people on this problem, this is like one idea you can kind of pick up on. Fishball is all over the country, so I think it'll work anywhere, not in Negros.
Yeah.
And last but not least, I also want to share that we actually partnered with Sari Sari stores in Negros. So I know probably most of you have heard of zero waste stores, but a lot of it, or most of it actually, the model is quite middle to high end. So we did a grassroots, we wanted to test at the grassroots level if it was possible for Sari Sari stores to become more zero waste. So we partnered actually with 8 stores. This is one of the stores we partnered with. And as you can see from the photo, it's about converting some of the products from single-use package sachet to like more bulk, or if you can see here, it's like a refillery system. So this is very new. Our wala usik in Hiligaynon actually means nothing goes to waste. So it's nuanced because when people say zero waste, sometimes it's so hard. Like zero waste, is that really possible? But wala usik really means nothing goes to waste. And I think that is the principle that we need to adopt. So yeah, just some ideas. And hopefully after the pandemic, you guys can come and see our stores in Negros. Thanks so much.
That is amazing. I am blown away, honestly, by especially the zero waste store, because you think you need high capital investments for it, but really you just need ingenuity and, I mean, the hakot culture of the Philippines. I mean, you just kind of grab and get. So yeah, definitely really cool. Last but not the least, we have Erwin to share about his project before we bid all of you guys a temporary goodbye and thank you. All right, so Erwin.
All right. So actually, I'm part of Urban Agriculture PH. Well, it's an advocacy that I started in 2017, promoting urban agriculture, because one of the problems of Metro Manila is where to get its food. Knowing that kapag may mga bagyo, katulad ng mga bagyong dumaan, lalo nitong nagkaroon tayo ng COVID, our food was kumbaga hindi makapasok sa Metro Manila. Ngayon, our objective is first to produce food for the communities. So we are establishing community farms. We have piloted sa Barangay East Rembo, Makati, and also Barangay Ususan in Taguig. We empower the people. We taught them how to start their own farms. And yung pagmamanage is as a community. Also, I have been doing seminars as well, promoting urban agriculture, teaching people how to grow their own food, and also we're also part of different initiatives then on how to make food relevant. Kasi I think personally that food is something na kumbaga we're just taking it for granted, and what my personal advocacy is to make food as relevant to everyone, because everyone needs to eat. Everyone needs to kumbaga, makakain sila at least 3 times a day. But until we realize the importance of food, saka lang natin siya saka lang tayo makakagawa ng action. So ayun, that's my advocacy. That's what I did with Urban Agriculture PH.
I like what thank you for that, Erwin. Definitely everyone deserves to eat at least 3 times a day, and it's all of our duties to make sure that that happens. And I hope that each and every one of you, especially the participants, were very much moved and inspired to also act, because on the one hand, as you can see from our discussion, it's very, very important that we do something, and that we do something now. Not only because it affects our health, but also because if we don't, well, we don't really have much of a choice. The topsoil is degenerating, plastic pollutions are mounting, climate change is happening. And on the other hand, I guess I hope you're all moved to act, just because, as our panelists have shown, it is possible. I have always believed that stories are one of the best and most effective ways to influence change, because it shows you what's possible. And as our panelists have shown, both before and during the pandemic, a lot of things can happen and can be started. And sometimes all you have to do is take the first step. So again, thank you so much to all of our wonderful panelists. Sabi sa inyo guys, magagaling talaga to eh. So thank you again so much. And we look forward to seeing more of you. If you guys have any questions or concerns, of course, with the panel's consent, you can always check them out on Slack. You can check out their initiatives on Facebook pages, Instagram pages, and websites. So with that, thank you and goodbye. Okay, so goodbye sa ating panelists, but hindi pa rin sa akin. So I hope you guys are still with me and that you aren't necessarily sick of me just yet. You don't really have a choice. But anyways, allow me to introduce our next speaker and workshop facilitator. Her name is Miss Virginia Benosa Lauren, and she is a campaigner at Greenpeace Philippines, a global network of independent, national, and regional organizations present in 55 countries. Greenpeace works directly with communities on the front lines to protect the environment. In the past 2 decades, Greenpeace's work in the country was focused on helping enable a systemic change in society so that our society could be more just, peaceful, and secured. Ms. Virginia joined Greenpeace in 2012, first as a media officer, until she became a campaigner in 2015. From 2015 until 2019, her campaign revolved around the interconnected issues of food, nutrition, health, climate change, and agriculture. Along with her team, she campaigned to change people's and government agencies' current mindset on food production, consumption, and of course, our broken food system. In April of this year, she moved to become the senior campaigner for climate change, justice, and liability campaigning, which holds governments and companies accountable and responsible for the climate crisis. Before her work in Greenpeace, Ms. Virginia was an advocacy officer of the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development Foundation Incorporated, or PLCPD for short. I hope you guys memorize that. It is a non-government organization of lawmakers pushing for population, health, and environmental issues, and the resolution of which. So without further ado, allow me to hand the floor over to Ms. Virginia Benosa Lauren, a campaigner at Greenpeace.
Good morning, everyone. Kumusta? I hope you're enjoying the activities. I hope you're doing fine. So my name is VG Benosa Lurin. I am the Climate Justice and Liability Campaigner of Greenpeace Philippines. So wait, let me just show you my screen. All right. There you go. So I will be presenting about food and climate change. Let me just start with introducing the organization that I am connected with. So Greenpeace is an independent global campaigning organization. We are present in 55 countries. Greenpeace International was founded in 1971, while Greenpeace Southeast Asia, where the Philippine office, Malaysia, Indonesia, offices are under, was founded in the year 2000. So as a campaigning organization, Greenpeace bear witness to environmental destruction. We do that in a peaceful, non-peaceful, non-violent manner. And by going to the scene of environmental destruction, we do not only register our opposition, but we show the world what is going on. So Greenpeace is also known for its creative confrontation. We take nonviolent direct action to raise the level and quality of debate, about environmental destruction, about environmental problems. So Greenpeace believes in being independent, both politically and financially. In exposing threats to the environment, Greenpeace does not have any permanent allies or opponents. Ang standard lang ng Greenpeace, the environment has to benefit. So we do not receive money from politicians, we do not receive money from corporations, we solely depend on individual and community donations to support our work. No? Because how will you take action against a corporation or politician if you are receiving money from them? So the campaign that I am holding right now, that I am project leading right now, is part of the global campaign, part of a global campaign that seeks to hold governments and corporations accountable to human rights harms arising from climate change impacts. So we work with climate impacted communities to amplify their stories and their demands for justice through legal and political avenues. But prior to being the climate justice campaigner, I held the position of food and ecological agriculture campaign. And I am just so happy to share with you about food and climate change. Now, so let's start with the definition of food security because it's important, I think, for us to understand why we need to have food, why we need to be food secure, no? Because food security, according to the World Food Summit, means that all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets our dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So, kung ang iba lang ang mayroong access sa pagkain, nakakakain ng maayos sa tamang oras, pero yung iba ay hindi nakakakain ng tamang oras, hindi nakakakain ng maayos, or kaya naman nakakakain nga tayo ng maayos pero it doesn't meet our dietary needs para maging active and healthy life, magkaroon tayo ng active and healthy life. So that is not food security at all. Okay, so then let's go to some facts about food and climate change. It says here that 75% of the world's poor and food insecure people rely on agriculture and natural resources for their livelihoods. That we need to rise 60% of our food production para masundan natin yung patuloy na tumataas na population natin, no? Pero ang problema niyan, sabi ng Food and Agriculture Organization, yung climate change put this at risk, yung pag-increase natin ng ating food supply, yung ating food production. It also says na the decline of 10 to 25% sa mga crop yield, no, ay magiging widespread by 2050 dahil sa climate change. So meron kaming mga community partners sa Kapalonga, Camarines Norte na nagkwento na talagang affected yung kanilang paghuhuli ng mga isda. Meron din kaming mga community partners sa Ifugao, for example, na sabi nila dati daw twice a year sila kung magtanim. Ngayon once a year na lang dahil masyado ng dry yung kanilang lupa at napapansin nila na madaming mga peste ang dumadapo sa kanilang farm. So affected yung kanilang pagtatanim, yung kanilang pag-harvest. So yun yung mga epekto ng climate change sa ating food production. Some facts: deforestation and forest degradation account for 10 to 11% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Livestock contributes nearly 2/3 of agriculture's greenhouse and 78% of its methane emissions. So the way we eat contributes to climate change. Our demand for meat is causing a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So forests are cut to give way to cattle raising. Diverse farmlands becomes monocrop para tamnan siya ng mga crops for animal feed. So imbes na maraming at iba-ibang klase ng tanim, mga gulay, mga prutas na dapat ay makakain natin, pinuputol yung mga tinatamnan ng iba, yung ating mga farmlands at ang tinatanim ay halimbawa mais, no? So nagiging monocrop na lang siya kasi yun yung demand para mapakain sa mga hayop na eventually kakainin din natin. So industrial livestock needs so much water that it competes to other water uses. No, yung use ng harmful chemicals para malago yung mas maraming harvest ng mga crops. It can cause air, water, and soil pollution. So madaming issue na nakapaloob sa industrial livestock industry, no? And that is because of our demand for meat. So climate change can also transfer foodborne diseases from one region to another, threatening public health in new ways, mga bagong paraan. Food and Agriculture Organization also estimates that the potential to reduce emissions from livestock production is about 30% of a baseline emission. So malaki ang potential kung marireduce na natin ang emission from livestock production. And isa pang issue also is our food wastes. No? Currently, 1/3 of the food we produce is either lost or wasted. Global food loss and waste generate about 8% of humankind's annual greenhouse gases emissions. So it doesn't stop there. Di naman natitigil lang doon yung food waste. Halimbawa, so may food waste tayo, problema ng munisipyo, saan dadalhin ang food waste? Dadalhin yan sa mga landfills. So yung landfills, kapag nandun yung ating food waste, it causes harmful emissions also. It causes methane emission at yung toxic yung toxicity doon sa mga food waste na yon na nasa landfills natin is harmful to our health kasi napupunta din yan eventually sa ating mga water sources. Saan ba naman mapupunta yung mga basura na nakatambak dyan sa isang landfill area, but pumupunta rin eventually, bumabalik din sa ating environment, and it goes back to our water supply for one. No? So baka napupunta din siya eventually sa mga tubig na iniinom natin. So just to give you an idea of the state of food in the Philippines, in terms of food security, we have the most number of food insecure people in Southeast Asia. Most number of food insecure. We have 59 million Filipinos suffering from moderate to severe lack of consistent access to food. In terms of food consumption, according to the National Nutrition Survey ng FNRI-DOST, we have an increasing trend for meat and poultry supply, while trend for meat and poultry is increasing, there's also a declining trend for fruit and vegetable consumption. The household food intake, tayo mga Pilipino, typical meal natin still rice, fish, and vegetable. No? Rice and fish, which our agriculture is based on, no? Na sinasabi natin na affected na nga, na bumababa na yung yield, bumababa na yung ani, bumababa na yung huli dahil sa climate change. Yung urban areas, ang consumption nila mataas sa fats and oils, meat, poultry, milk, eggs, fruits, and other miscellaneous items, yung mga chichirya, for example. In rural areas, mataas yung consumption nila on cereals and products. Mga tubers, roots, root crops, fish and products and vegetables. Then it also says na only 62.7% of the households meet their dietary protein requirement. And in terms of food wastage, we waste about 308,000 tons of rice every day. Every year, I'm sorry, we have that ang laking wastage pagdating sa pagkain natin ng rice. That's 308 tons of rice every year. So in Metro Manila alone, an estimated 2,175 tons of food scraps ends up in trash bins on a daily basis. So ganyan kalaki ang ating food wastage issues dito sa Metro Manila. So let's go to how is the cities and the food situation. No, yung cities when it comes to food supply becomes highly vulnerable to disruptions in critical times. For example, climate change or COVID. I'm sorry, the cities are highly vulnerable to disruptions in critical supplies, like for example, food, at lalong pinapalala ito ng climate change. Kapag madalas ang mga pagdating ng mga malalakas na bagyo sa atin, so halimbawa, paano maita-transfer ang food supply from other areas to our areas, no? To our city. So mapuputol ang ating food supply. Climate change disproportionately affects the urban poor and vulnerable groups. Marami dito sa cities ay nakatira sa mga informal settlements na kung saan bahain, mas inaabot siya ng mga baha. No? More than 50% of the world's population already lives in urban areas. And by 2050, this figure is projected to rise to nearly 70%. And the city is also major contributors to the causes of climate change. Cities are responsible for 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and we consume 80% of the food produced by a sector that is the third largest contributor to global emissions, that is the agriculture sector. So over the last 2 decades, the amount of food being transported to cities from rural areas has risen by 300% in India, 800% in Africa, and mas mataas sa atin, no? 1,000% in Southeast Asia. Yung extremely poor household natin spends 48 to 85% of their income to food. So kapag patuloy na tumaas ang presyo ng mga pagkain, di mas lalong mahihirapan makakope ang ating mga mahihirap na households dahil sa ngayon pa nga lang doon na nauubos ang halos lahat ng parte ng kanilang income. So pagdating naman sa situation ng household, yung women are most vulnerable kasi kapag there's lack of food in the family, for example, ang mga women, the mothers, especially, they tend to just set the food aside for the tatay kasi yung tatay siya yung maghanap buhay. So hindi bali na lang na magutom yung mother, yung nanay, yung tatay ang lalabas. But that's not the case now, no? women also goes out to work. Nagtatrabaho na pareho ang mga lalaki at babae ngayon. So, but still, women still tends to save that portion of the food for the other members of the family, if not the husband, for the children. So mas women are more vulnerable pagdating sa members ng household. So I just would like to share with you these lessons from COVID na ginawa at nakuha ito sa pag-aaral ng Food and Agriculture Organization Survey on Urban Food Systems and COVID-19. Ginawa ito April and May this year, kung saan pinasagutan ang mga questionnaire na ito sa mga local government units, kasama yung mga academic institutions and governmental organizations and national governments. And here's what they found out, no? Yung food system sa mga maliliit na mga villages ay mas resilient kapag ka nagkakaroon ng ng shocks, katulad nitong COVID, no? Compared to larger urban areas, dahil sa proximity kung nasaan yung pagkain at yung shorter supply chain. So mas available ang pagkain sa kanila. So kapag ka may pandemic, mas resilient sila sa ganitong klase ng shock. Tapos the survey also found out na essential talaga na yung mga programs and contingency plans are put in place para ma-ensure yung food-related urban, rural linkages remain uninterrupted. So yung food producers and consumers should have established a programs and essential plans na dapat hindi napuputol yung kanilang link pagdating sa mga panahon na, like for example may COVID and other disasters. Special provisions may have to be made to ensure that agriculture labor is available, especially at the critical points of the production process. City and local governments was found out to be key enablers. No, hindi lang sila taga-implement, but sila talaga yung mga enablers sa pag-mitigate ng effect ng COVID-19. And we know that, we have seen that in Pasig City, mitigating the effects on COVID-19 on food systems, and in the effort to ensure access to food ng mga most vulnerable, yung mga city and local governments ang gumagawa niyan. Kasi alam naman natin in every pandemic, in every emergency, in every disaster, yung nasa forefront talaga ay mga local governments. So it's important for the local governments to be always ready, to have the programs and contingency plans in place. At ito rin nakita doon, isang key takeaway, action by municipalities during the COVID-19 pandemic was in most cases not sufficiently supported by additional funding. So ginagawa ng paraan ng mga munisipyo dahil wala namang additional funding talaga na ibigay yung COVID-19. So ginagawa ng paraan ng mga cities. The empowerment of local governments with adequate resources, a clear mandate, and proper links to national government programs can therefore make a significant difference in preventing a food security crisis and other health emergencies. So what can the cities do? Cities must provide open green spaces for urban agriculture. It means pagka meron kang open green spaces, food security, livelihood, and jobs, cities must promote urban agriculture in large and small scale. By growing more food locally, the city can have food security. It will also minimize the distance that food is transported from one place to another. It will improve water efficiency at mapapababa nito ang carbon footprint. Cities must plant indigenous and wild fruit trees in parks and along streets to attract pollinators. It must reduce loss and waste in food systems. It must target infrastructure because studies says mostly are galing sa mga restaurants. And of course, household. Malaki din ang contribution ng mga households pagdating sa waste generation. And importantly, we have to reshape food access and consumption patterns to ensure that basic nutrition needs are met. No, it's important that we change the mindset of eating more fruits and vegetables than meat. But also important to provide the access so that people can do it. It is also important that we promote sustainable food packaging and alternative delivery systems. And we must declare climate emergency. When we declare climate emergency, it doesn't mean that we're scaring people because, well, climate emergency is here, climate crisis is here. We must have this clear signal that climate action is a whole of government priority. It should define the direction of all government branches and agencies and all the priorities of all sectors of society, and consolidate this work. Consolidate all this work together to address the ongoing emergency, just like the urgency of the action we did on the COVID pandemic. So lastly, we should all take climate action. We should all change the way we live so that we contribute to reducing the carbon emissions. But most importantly, we should seek climate justice. Because why is climate change happening? Who is primarily responsible for this? The answer is those that have the significant contribution to greenhouse gas emissions are the fossil fuel and cement companies who knew in the first place that their businesses is harming the environment but still does not care to change their model. Maraming salamat. Follow us on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good afternoon, Miss VG. Thank you so much for staying. We know you were supposed to run errands, so really thank you for staying and being a part of this panel. Really great discussion there on the climate emergency, on our agricultural sector, and of course, on the need to hold organizations accountable for their the externalities they put out there. So let me just get the ball rolling. So your last points were on declaring a climate emergency. So on one hand, how how may we do so? So if we are going to be putting the climate's concern first and foremost in our agendas and all that, how might we as a third world country balance it with the need to perhaps continue with our social welfare development programs, maybe infrastructure projects for employment? How do you reconcile the two? And in fact, is there a need to reconcile the two? Can they go hand in hand, social development and growth, as well as putting climate first and foremost in our agendas?
Yeah, hi. Magandang umaga. Importante as we all aim for development. That's true. Lahat tayo gusto natin economically, we aim for development. What is development kung hindi naman siya sustainable? What is development kung sa ngayon pa lang nagsasuffer na yung ating mga kababayan? Yes, I do agree. We should aim for development, but it's important that we balance that with sustainable programs as well and policies. And for us, declaring climate emergency will do just that. No, if you declare climate emergency now, that will give the direction to all local governments, to the national government, to set the direction of the countries, yung mga policies niya at mga programa, doon siya nakaset. And it will also give the signal na dapat maging coherent yung ating mga programa, maging tahi-tahi siya. Dapat nakalink ang bawat isang ahensya ng gobyerno sa isang ahensya ng gobyerno din para matugunan nila yung pangangailangan. At yung pag-develop ng mga programs, no, we cannot live just halimbawa, itong city na to, we're okay kami dito. We can't do that because we rely also and we depend on other, sa ating mga neighboring cities, sa ating mga, kung anong nangyayari sa kabilang city, we are also very much affected, no? Lalo na tayo dito sa city, ang ating food production, ang ating food supply comes from the areas outside the city. So kung hindi tayo magiging concerned din at hindi tayo makikipagtulungan at walang national program that will bring together everything, ay mawawalan din tayo ng food supply. I was listening to the discussions earlier this morning and it was really very fascinating. Talagang we should learn by the experiences of this people working on the ground with these programs na talagang nakababad sa mga communities.
Miss VJ, just want to build on your answer. No, two questions to follow that up on. First off, as you mentioned, it's very hard, especially for people in the cities, to obtain access to nutritious but also sustainably grown and produced food. So how can we go about that? How can people in the cities, from all walks of life, because the city is a very diverse place for a lot of urban goers. How can they obtain access to healthy, affordable, and sustainable food easily, conveniently, and realistically? And perhaps my second point on is whether or not, as you said, there ought to be a governing body that could perhaps tie everything together. And as far as the agencies or actions are concerned, it's been a dream of mine to have that because I think we really need that. I guess the question is, do we have that, or at least do we have semblances of that right now? And if not, what would it take? Would it take our national government, or is it something that the civil sector ought to do, or is it a public-private partnership? What are you foreseeing? So those are the two questions I just wanted to touch on.
Yeah, for the first question, no, kinakailangan kasi tayo, tinitingnan na natin ang city na biodiversity areas din. Parang hindi, city is not just for, commerce. Dapat we also start reclaiming yung mga parks natin, yung mga streets natin, at magkaroon tayo ng spaces for green public spaces. Kailangan we should start doing that now. Meron naman tayong mga nakikitang mga programs. We can see mga urban gardening programs na inumpisahan ng mga cities. But sad to say, hindi siya nasusustain, no? Parang sa umpisa lang din siya talaga nagagawa. Pero hindi siya nasusustain. Parang halimbawa, inuumpisahan and then nawawala, ganun. But now that things like this are happening, yung mga bagyo na nangyayari na kung saan ang agricultural areas natin nasasalanta, we have to do this now. We should start reclaiming the cities and make it really a place where we can develop our own food. Maraming mga examples na sinabi kanina yung mga speakers kanina, and it's happening and it's true. We can do that if we really just sustain it, and if the local cities, local government cities will really help that, will really support that. Marami ng mga examples na nangyayari na we can drive lessons from. So we really need, everyone should really support. Katulad ng mga sinabi kanina ng mga speakers sa earlier discussion, let's support our local farmers. Dito sa cities, meron ding mga maliliit na portion ng mga nagpa-farm, nagtatanim ng mga vegetable. Let's support that. Let's buy from them, and refrain from buying from mga malalaking commercial establishments where more likely ang tinitinda nila ay mga imported goods. Let's yung sa mga talipapa, sa mga gilid-gilid, sa mga markets, yung good food community they have, let's support that para mas encourage sila at tuloy sila sa pag-supply ng mga ganitong pag-produce, pagtanim, so that our food supply will continue. Dapat masustain natin yan. As to the next question, in my presentation, I shared the study from the food and agriculture organizations where the cities and municipalities, it was highlighted there na kinakailangang magtulungan at mag-connect sila sa bawat isa. So same with the declaration of climate emergency from the national government, dapat ma-declare yun. But important din dahil nga sinasabi natin na nasa forefront yung mga cities to also do that and to connect with each other, yung mga katabing mga local government units, mga cities na katabi din niya. So, declaring climate emergency is important because it will give the clear signal na climate action is a whole of nation priority. Para pag sinabi mo, oh, let's do this, let's declare climate emergency, then it will give a clear signal na we have to make climate action on top of the priority ng bawat LGUs, ng national government. So yun, that's the importance of declaring climate emergency sa panahon ngayon, lalo na.
Yes, I think I would actually say that it's very similar to how and why the SDGs and the MDGs were and are effective, because it kind of reiterates the need for it and actually almost instantaneously puts it in countries and governments' agendas, because it's one thing to acknowledge the fact that a problem is there, but it's another to say it out loud and perhaps for someone of authority to tell you blatantly that this is a problem, because it makes you work for it and it makes you acknowledge its existence and its presence. So definitely it's a need. We do have one last question from the participants, Ms. VG, which is, sino-sino po ba ang mga sectors ng community na pinaka-vulnerable sa food insecurity? And is Greenpeace currently advocating for policies?
Nako, sino-sino ang sectors? May mga, alam mo, ito ang nakakalungkot kapag ka may disaster, kapag ka may bagyo, may baha, ang unang-unang tinatamaan yung mga mahihirap. Alam mo, the marginalized, the poor sectors, talagang sila pa. So, laging double whammy. Wala na nga silang mga kakayanan para makapag-start uli, sila pa talaga yung talagang, sabi nga niyan, nalulubog pa. Yung ngayon, yun, yung mga pangyayari ngayon, yung mga magsasaka, yung mga mangingisda, yung ating food producers, yung mga taong nagsusupply ng pagkain sa atin, mas sila yung vulnerable. Kita naman kapag may bagyo, konting bagyo lang, nawawala yung mga hanap buhay nila. But sila yung vulnerable, sila yung tinatamaan, but it affects us. Paano pag nawalan tayo ng food supply? Paano pag hindi makabangon ng ating mga magsasaka? Saan tayo kukuha ng ating mga pagkain? Yeah. So, ano yung next question? What is Greenpeace? Oh yeah, we're advocating. Yeah. We are working for policies and programs. We are not only working with communities para ibigyan din sila ng tulungan sila to give them platform para magkaroon sila ng pagkakataon na masabi ang kanilang mga pangangailangan, but we also work directly with Congress and with the cities to develop programs and policies. I remember parang 2 years ago we worked with Pasig City when we launched our Less Meat, More Plant-Based, More Fruit and Vegetables program. So yeah, we work with cities, national office, national government, but mostly our work is really based on the communities.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Fergie. As we can see, encompassing din talaga yung trabaho ng Greenpeace, from working with communities on the ground, but also working with various stakeholders on the systemic level. And as you mentioned, it really just is not even ironic. It's just really, really sad that those that make sure we have something to eat are those that sometimes don't have anything to eat for themselves. And I think if that doesn't show a broken system, I honestly don't know what will. And so thank you so much, Ms. Virgie, for this. Thank you for, again, being with us, for sharing your insights. I personally love using communications and training in order to raise awareness, understanding, but also promote action towards promoting sustainability and sustainable development. So I'd love to talk to you more about it. I'm sure a lot of our participants do. We hope you have an amazing rest of the weekend. We hope you stay safe. And again, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we have more workshops in line for you. Kaya nyo pa ba? Sana kaya nyo pa. Stay with me because I'm sure that even if, again, I don't know kung nagsasawa na kayo sa mukha ko, pero wala kayong choice. Pero sa mga panelists, sure hindi kayo magsasawa. So we have a couple more panelists and workshops with you guys here today, specifically made for you. So our next workshop would be on pitching and prototyping. So pitching is one of my favorite workshops, and I think it's the one that I've had the most of. I feel like every summit has a workshop on pitching, which also shows why it's very important. But prototyping is another one that's very, very interesting, and you'll see why in just a bit. And to do that, we have Mr. Erwin Lizarondo, who is a dear friend of mine and of Carla's. So Mr. Erwin Lizarondo has a master's, an MA, and an MPP, actively works in social innovation and entrepreneurship. In Asia, he's a well-sought resource speaker on diba, swerte nyo guys, and trainer around Asia. He has given talks and workshops for international organizations, which include the Taiwan Women's Center, We Do YSLE Program, Impact Hub Taipei, National Tsinghua University Hult Prize, one of the main reasons why I started, but at least for the Hult Prize here in the Philippines, Southeast Asia Innovation Exchange Conference Center in Malaysia, 16 Hearts Festival, Hanyang University, and Foundation University Dumaguetes discussing topics in human-centered design and for social entrepreneurship and development. Future work, business ideation, and models for social enterprise. So he really focuses on human-centered design, social entrepreneurship, and business ideation. He's also a facilitator for the Asia Pacific Youth Exchange Program, a program supported by UNDP and ADB in Thailand, South Korea, and was the facilitator in Vietnam. He is currently working as a program lead for Tech Business Incubator based in TIP, Quezon City, and is the head mentor for YouthWorks program by Philippine Business for Education and USAID. He also teaches part-time in various institutions. He holds 2 master's degrees, o diba, not 1, but 2. The latest is a master's degree in public policy and international development from Yingnam University in South Korea, and was Social Entrepreneurship Fellow for University of Pennsylvania's Global Social Impact House. He is currently taking classes at London School of Economics on social innovation and entrepreneurship. He is mentoring early-stage startups, DaliPay, a startup focused on contactless payment systems, offcrowd.com, an online publication, MicroPC, an environmental company focused on cleaning up seas and oceans from plastic, microplastic more specifically. So again, with all of your loud thundering applause, which we cannot hear because your mics are muted, please let us welcome Mr. Erwin Lizarondo to talk to us about pitching and prototyping. Mr. Erwin, I hand the floor over to you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Climathoners. So you're doing that long run towards creating that solution for the problem in this Climathon this year. So I will be your speaker for the workshop on prototyping. And let me tell you a little bit about myself. I have been in the social innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem here and around Asia for about 4 years now. I started my work when I lived in Korea for 2 years, and I came back here in the Philippines and starting getting myself immersed in the social innovation and entrepreneurship scene in Southeast Asia. So I've traveled to Vietnam, I've traveled to Thailand, I've traveled and done speaking engagement in Malaysia, and of course, in Taiwan. So I have been doing this. I've been facilitating workshops on social innovation, social innovation boot camps, and entrepreneurship programs. So I'm excited to be here, excited to meet all of you, and I'm happy to be here guiding you through the process of what prototyping is. So are you guys ready? I know you're tired. It's that long run towards a solution, actually towards the end of the Climathon. So let's get started on prototyping. So this session is about prototyping. So if you can recall your short workshop on design thinking, it's a second to the last step of design thinking. And we're going to go through a little bit of a recap on what design thinking is and what your process is. But our focus for today is prototyping. So in this workshop, you will learn the following. What prototyping is, what do you need to do, what during prototyping stage, what kind of prototyping mindset is needed for you to create that prototype that is a solution for the problem that you're solving, and the different levels of prototyping. And this is very important because it will come into play on your next and final stage, which is pitching. So this is one thing that I actually like showing participants of my workshop and people who are interested in social innovation, design thinking. Fail fast, fail early, fail often. And this is the innovator's mindset. It's a different kind of mindset from academic mindset simply because we encourage failing. Failing is not a bad thing. And it's that crazy notion that we built for many years because our academics is telling us that failure is bad. But in the innovators and the creative mindset, failure is an amazing thing to happen. Simply it's because it's a place where we can learn from our mistakes, but at the same time, we can actually learn from the users we're building the product or service for. I'll show you a little bit of a video, and this video is only 2 minutes.
One of the secrets to great success is to change your perspective on failure. Everyone experiences failures before they ultimately succeed. Some let their failure stop them. Some keep trying. You'll probably have to fail a few times before you get it right. Success is not about avoiding failure. Failure is about avoiding failure. Success is about trying. Fail fast, fail forward, fail often.
Okay, that was a sweet and short video. And I just like to ask, what did you get out of that? In that very simple video that I showed you. And this is very important considering where you're at right now, considering what stage you're in the design thinking process. And the road that you went through looks like this. And you are at the fourth stage of innovation and design. You're in the experiment solution prototyping stage. Is part of the implementation stage that I would like to call when you talk about design thinking. So before that, before you got to this point, you went through a 3-step process that is empathy, defining, and ideate. And the whole point of these 3 is creating a concept, creating planning on what you're going to do in the implementation stage. But in order for you to do that, you have to realize that you have to understand the user that you are designing for. Who is this person who's going to use my product or is going to avail of the service that I'm creating? Because if you don't understand the user, if you don't empathize with the user, then the second stage might be a problem for you because that is all about defining the problem. You might be able to create a problem, but it's not the problem that addresses the need of the user. So what you're trying to do is to create something that's beneficial, something that's useful for the people you are designing for. And once you're able to define that problem very well, you're able to brainstorm solutions, possible solutions to the problem, and you're able to focus on one solution that you want to develop in this hackathon. And I think that's amazing considering the short time that you've been doing this and you were given. And tomorrow, there's sort of a testing phase by pitching the idea that you actually have to judges tomorrow. So as we go through this whole process, I'm going to go through the step-by-step process on what you're going to do during the prototyping. So first, let's define what prototyping is. Prototyping, as you can see on the screen, is all about a process. Everything about design thinking is a process. And in this process, you're trying to design a product or service that solves a problem. It's the implementation of ideas into something more tangible. It's not here anymore. It's not just on paper. It's not just on a post-it notes. So building prototype comes in varying degrees or varying fidelities to capture the design concept that you can test on your users, that you can actually get feedback from your users. And in this case, in your case, what you're talking about is getting feedback from the judges that you have tomorrow. So you can refine and validate your design so your brand can release the right product or the right minimum viable product, where you can actually continue developing it as the process continues. So Tim Brown, one of my favorite people and one of the biggest influence. In fact, I actually attended a training from IDEATE, although it's online. And he says, we do prototype because they slow us down to speed us up. By taking time to prototype our ideas, we avoid costly mistakes such as becoming too complex too early and sticking with a weak idea for too long. So the idea of prototyping is to actually come up with a product that is just right. Not too complex for the users, not too weak that the users will not use it. And for you to understand your users very well, in terms of prototyping, that's the second stage of understanding what the user needs or what the user wants, simply because of a simple process called feedback. So designing and prototyping. So rapid prototyping frees the practitioner to embrace failure as a means of learning. And I want you to focus on what the goal of prototyping is. The goal of prototyping is to learn about the user experience. Because now you have something real, something tangible for user experience, something you can show your users, something you can show co-designers, something you can show judges in this case. And you will quickly find out by creating a mock product of the changes that you need to do based on the feedback of the users. You don't get things right the first time. No one does. Not even a math problem. The first time you did an addition exercise, I'm pretty sure you didn't get it unless you were really good at math. I wasn't. But eventually, through practice and through understanding the concept, you get to see and you get to create new ways of how to create equations or solve equations. So it's the same thing with prototyping. And this is where you get your innovative breakthrough, right? It's where you get your innovative breakthrough from learning, from failing. And I think that's what's amazing about prototyping. And at this point, you have to get used to failing because you will fail all the time. Academic failing, honestly, that's not the worst failure ever. Giving up or failing to fail, I think is the worst thing ever. So what are the different types of prototypes? Actually, there are two. It's low fidelity and high fidelity, but I'd like to have my own take on it. It's low resolution prototype, mid resolution prototype, and high resolution prototype. Okay, low resolution prototype is actually the picture that you see here. It's just a drawing. It shows a feature of the product. In this case, it's an app that they're trying to do and that they're trying to create. And it creates a step-by-step view of what the user will actually see and what the user experience looks like, right? So let's go to low resolution prototype. Low resolution prototype, simple and low tech concept. All you need to get started is pen and paper, literally. So the goal of this is to turn your ideas into a testable product or a testable output that you can use to collect and analyze feedback in the early stages. So imagine if you actually went straight and built the product. It's like, oh, I have an app, it's on my phone, I can show it to people. The first thing I'm going to tell you, like, how much did you spend for that? And what if the users don't use it? So you actually waste precious money, precious time, and precious designs. And the reason why you go to low resolution prototype is because you're testing. You want to get to know more about what your users needs. So you actually go through that first. So mid-resolution prototype, and if you can see by the picture that I'm showing here, it's more solid. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to build a fake phone and I'm going to show a presentation to the people, to my users, just to get feedback again. So what they do is, some of the designers that I know, and I've seen this and it's quite interesting, and I'm blown away by how creative these people are, is they actually built a pseudo tablet and a pseudo phone. And some of them are smart enough because they create a strip of paper and they do a demo using that strip of paper that's inserted inside the tablet or the phone. See, if you click this, it will actually go here. So you get a user experience that's more tangible, that's more clear, it's more fun, it's more creative, it's exciting, and that's what the mid-resolution prototype actually does. So in this stage, you create a prototype simulating what the product will actually look like and one of its functionality, just one function. If what you're building has multi-function, just show me one function so I know it actually works, so I know it's actually good. So at this stage, you may use cutouts and pen, paper, and glue things together, just like what the photo shows. I think what I want to point out here right now, I know you're in this hackathon, but I've been doing this for quite some time, and I always tell people one thing, or my participants one thing: have fun in the process. If you take it too seriously, you're not having fun. Chances are you're going to miss your creative side of the brain stops working. Okay. So when you're building a prototype, especially mid-resolution, when you do cutouts, be creative because that's the creative side working. Don't stress yourself out. Enjoy the process. Have fun with it. A high-resolution prototype, I would like to say, is probably your minimum viable product. So these are highly functional, highly interactive. It can be something like this. It's an animation. And if you can see the GIF that I actually used, is that it simulates touch points. Like, oh, I'm going to touch this and it's going to go here. I'm going to touch it, it's going to go here. So they are very close to the final product, but it isn't the final product. It could be the final product, but most of the time it probably isn't. So necessary design assets and components developed are integrated already. Hi-fi prototypes are often used in the later stages of the testing, right? So if you look at the design thinking process, and I don't think I was able to show this in the graphic that I showed, it's not a linear thing, and I hope that the person who gave you the design thinking workshop pointed that out. It's a loop, and the loop is not even a loop from testing to defining or understanding. It can actually come back and loop at different points of the design thinking process, depending on where you're at, depending on the feedback that you are getting from your users. Okay, so okay, so just what is the goal of prototyping? Just in case you don't see me, I'm down here now. So the goal of prototyping is four things: validation, UX, and testing. Testing technically is the last stage of design thinking. So validation means your aim is to create a prototype that is just real enough to validate, and you will do it fast, and you will do it really fast. That's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of why you're doing it in a hackathon. It's something that's fast because your time is very limited. You have to come up with a solution. You have to come up with a pitch next time, and you don't have much time, so you got to work fast. So user experience, you don't build a product because you want to be the competitor. You build a new product simply because you want to add on to the user experience. You want to improve the user experience, and you're giving something different. You're giving a different value proposition to the users of the product or the service. So this means mapping out the exact flow of the experience. And like I said, build only according to one functionality that you want to show the judges, co-designers, or whoever you're presenting to. And this is a very collaborative process. So when they give you feedback, they're not attacking you. Okay? When they give you feedback, they're telling you, oh, this is probably what I want to see. And of course, this is a way of testing the idea or the product that you can come up with. So anything can be prototyped, right? In a day, if it's clearly mapped out from the problem, solution that you did in the past days that you've been doing this. So how do you prototype? If there's something that I can steal from Apple and from Steve Jobs, it's always that simple mantra. I just said it. Simple. Keep it simple. Don't complicate your life. Keep it simple. And that was the mantra of Apple. That's why Apple iPhones have one button. That's why Apple is allegedly one of the most user-friendly phones that you can actually have. And make it minimally real. Give something the audience to respond to, something the audience can interact with, something that they can react to, something they can like, oh, okay, that's very interesting if they can actually do that. And if you can get your audience to react, right, you are actually going to get amazing feedback from the audience. You're going to get amazing feedback from your users or from fellow designers. And that's what's good about it. And make sure that you write real text. Do not use that default lorem ipsum text. Show me what I need to see. Show me what the product looks like. Don't just tell me. And that's another design thinking that presentation that we do. Show, don't tell. So make sure you make the real text. You use real text, the real text that is supposed to be in the product. Draw or create a photo or mock-up photos so they can actually see. Again, we're visual people. And I think what's important there is people can see, people can react, and people can give you feedback. So this was a quick session. This was a quick workshop. I am also one of the mentors and one of the coaches, so you can actually come to me if you have questions about your prototype. So what is your goal after this workshop? Your goal is simple. Well, maybe not that simple. Create a low resolution or a mid resolution prototype, depending on how much time you have, how much materials you have. That will highlight a feature of the product or service that you're creating. If you're good at graphic design and animation, you can come up with something fast with the time that you have. I say go do it. But this is your goal. And then you actually do your presentation and then you pitch. And that's it. You are now set and ready to do your prototype. You're now set in trying to formulate your idea on what you want to do for your prototype. So I will see you in a little while, and I'll see you in the second part of my workshop on pitching. Catch you in a little while. Hello again, everyone. Hello, Climathoners. So how are you feeling right now? I know you're tired and probably sleepy, and your brain must be really, really exhausted from all that thinking, brainstorming, and planning, and even creating your prototype. So, are you done with your prototype? Or at least have an idea on what it would look like? If your answer to that is yes, then you're going in the right direction, so don't worry. And now I will actually start the second part of my presentation. You're at the home stretch. This is the icing on the cake, and this is your opportunity to tell us what your story is. And I'm going to guide you in this workshop in the process of making your pitch and making your pitch deck. Are you ready? So let's get it started. Congratulations, you've made it this far. So this is the last thing that you have to do and have to prepare for this Climathon. The pitch is the most important thing that you're going to do because, like I said earlier, it's time for you to present to the evaluators. It's time for you to present your story to other people. So what makes a good pitch? So in this workshop, we're going to answer that question. And these 5 points I am going to go through while we're going through this workshop. So I'm going to give you a big picture overview of what a pitch is. And I also am going to point out the importance of understanding the audience and who you're pitching to. And a pitch is not just about telling people about your solution or the new product that you've created. It's all about telling your story and making people listen to your story. So one of the few things that you need to know in telling a story is what kind of language should you use in your pitch. And then after that, we are going to go through the different part of a pitch deck. And then you're done. You can create your pitch, you can create your pitch deck, and now we're going to move on. So what is a pitch? Why pitch at all? Right? A pitch is more than a presentation. It is more than selling. It is a story that is able to communicate the branding and the purpose of your company and product. In this case, your solution that you've been working on in the past couple of days. I want to point out that a product exists because of two things: branding and purpose. And I'm going to talk about each one on this slide and on the next slide. So branding is all about the visual expression of your product. It is the aesthetics, the logo, and the name. Right? It exists on its own because a brand invokes emotional connection. If you see a certain brand, whether a fast food brand, whether a phone brand, or any kind of product that you use often, it invokes an emotional response. There's a reason why you're actually using it, right? So you have to remember that this is just one part of what the pitch will show. And the second part of it is its purpose. So the purpose is your why. This is the reason why you decided on the problem statement that you're going to work on. This is the reason why you created that solution, that product or service. You're actually communicating the value that you are creating, the new or better experience you are giving the users, whether they are beneficiaries or whether they are customers. So it is important for you to communicate both, because the branding and the purpose, putting them together, is what makes a pitch really good. It's indirectly or unconsciously telling the people who are listening to you to say, hey, over here, look at me, listen to me. I have something for you. And it's important that you understand the content of the pitch in order for you to actually create something that is worth listening to. A pitch is not a sales pitch. A beautifully written or done pitch is a source of information for the people listening to you. They begin to understand your process of understanding the problem. They begin to understand the process of why you're doing what you're doing. And they learn from what you presented. So it's important to realize that you are being a resource in a sales pitch. By understanding the problem, creating an amazing solution, and communicating that well on why they should listen to you, on why that solution is important. So as we continue, we are going to look at the other parts, the tips that are important in creating a pitch. So the art of the pitch is all about storytelling. Like I said, you're not selling a product, you're not selling anything. This is not a selling pitch. And I like telling everyone that it is a story, because people listen to stories. They barely remember products, but people remember stories. So get your story straight. Why did you choose that problem statement? What do you know about the problem? Is this Climathon problem a problem of an individual, a group of people, a barangay? And that is the reason why you're creating that narrative, that story, because that problem is affecting them in some way. And you're trying to change that by creating and letting the people understand what their situation is. Right? So the language allows you to make that connection with those listening to you, the evaluators, the audience, and it's an opportunity for you to for you and the audience to understand what's going on. It is the one that will make them go listen to you. So connect with your audience. Empathy is very important, because statistics would actually show that 63% always remember a story. Only 5% remember what a statistic would look like. Right? Every story needs a hero. Set yourself apart from other businesses by talking about your customer, not about yourself, not even about your solutions right away. Talk about your users, your beneficiaries, the customers that you're targeting, on why you created this solution. And use the rule of three. Make it funny, make it memorable, and make it engaging. Right? So on the next part, we're going to look at how important your audience is. Understanding who you are pitching to is an important aspect in creating your pitch. Are you pitching to customers and users? Maybe it's talent or staff, or maybe investors. But in your case, you are doing your pitch in front of judges, or I would say evaluators, because judges seems to be scary, right? And I want you to understand two things about the people you're pitching to. Be aware of the profile of your audience and judges. Now, let me ask you, what is the theme of this Climathon? And I will return to that question in a little while. So find out the interest and background of the people in the audience or the judges. But let me give you a little hint in terms of the mindset. The people evaluating your solutions or your presentations, I am definitely sure that they too resonate with the theme of this Climathon, right? So that's a little hint that I can give to you. So the second thing that you have to be aware of is you have to learn how to use sensory words. So the audience is an important aspect, an important part of your pitch, including the judges. Connecting to them is one important thing. It's different for a visual person. It's different for an auditory person. It's different for a person who's kinesthetic. Remember, a person is not limited to one sensory perception. So they can be a mix of both. But to appeal to each one, you can use various statements in order for them to focus on what you're saying, in order for them to focus on what you're telling them. For a visual person, which all about images and illustration, use the statements as an example below. Let me illustrate what I'm trying to say. If you actually look at the statistics on the screen, or let me paint you a picture of what the situation of family ABC is going through. Now, if you actually review those two statements, it triggers the imagination side of the brain. They really literally create pictures in their heads on what's going on. And if you actually point them out to a certain part of the presentation, they really focus on that part because you're guiding their senses. You're guiding on how they actually learn. And for visual learners, it's images and illustrations. And you need these kinds of statements for them to focus on what you're trying to say. Now, auditory is all about language and listening. So if someone actually tells you, I want you to focus on what I'm about to say next, ... For an auditory person, that's a cue for them. Oh, he's going to say something interesting, and I should pay attention to it. Or as simple as, let me tell you something. The word tell, right, focuses or triggers the auditory part of their brain for them to actually, hey, I have to focus on what this person is going to say. For a kinesthetic person, feeling and word statements are important. So statements like, how would it make you feel put in the situation of family ABC? Okay. So now they are triggered by their brains to actually go inside of them. Okay, it's like, yeah, what would it be like to be in the situation of family A and B? I would feel bad about that. And, it triggers emotions, feelings, and that's important for kinesthetic. So mix and match your statements to appeal to visual, auditory, and kinesthetics. To help you write your script, here are some sensory words: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. And here are some sample phrases that you can use in writing your script to create that sensory experience, also in visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. I'll end this part with a simple quote by Brett Davidson from Open Society Foundation. And I want you to read it with me as I read this. Simply presenting the evidence will not bring about change. You first have to make people care about the problem. And that is what storytelling does. And that is the challenge I present to you in creating your pitch. What story are you going to tell? We are now in the last part of this workshop on pitching. And now we're going to talk about your pitch deck. What should your pitch deck contain? Let's observe the 10-20-30 rule. 10 slides, 20 minutes, which you don't have because you're not going to pitch for 20 minutes. And I'll tell you how this thing works. And 30-point font. So 10 is the optimal number of slides in a PowerPoint presentation, for the simple reason that a normal human being cannot comprehend more than 10 concepts in a meeting. Why is that important? Let me bring you back to your college experience or your school experience. 1.5 hour class to 3 hour class. How many concepts in the 1 hour, 30 minutes class or 3 hour class after the class will you remember? Precisely. So as the same thing goes, 10 slides, 20 minutes, 30-point font. So a PowerPoint presentation is all about that 10-20-30 rule. Some tips and best practices include the rule of 7. 7 lines per slide, 7 words per slide, smaller than 30-point font. It's like, Erwin, wait, the 10-20-30 rule says 30 point. Why is it suddenly less than 30 point? Here's why. You're doing a online webinar. People are going to watch it from their screen, right? So if it's a webinar, 22 to 24 point is okay. And use the color blue, black, and white. And what do you see in my PowerPoint? What colors? Blue, black, and white. So there are 10 parts in your pitch deck. Problem, solution, your underlying magic and technology, marketing and sales, your business model, competition, projections and milestones, your CapEx and OpEx, your team, and your summary and a call to action. So we will go through all 10 right after this slide. Slide number 1 is all about the problem and opportunity. This is where your story starts. So don't go directly to the problem. It's gonna be boring if you do that, right? Don't start with, hello everyone, This is our problem. Or even, hi everyone, welcome audience and judges. The problem we're solving, I will love the energy of that, but it's not compelling. It will not let me listen. And if you actually start with that, I will look for a story on what's behind and reason why you chose that problem. And if you're not able to tell me that, then that's going to be, I would say, a point against you. So what are the guide questions for this part? How did you identify the problem? Whose pain point or what is the gap in the market or in the organization or in the community that you are addressing? There's a need that you're trying to fulfill. So what is that need? And you tell us that in slide number 1. Slide number 2 is I want you to think visual and create a compelling image. So this is the problem. So our solution is this. Don't tell me about the solution right away, right? You can tell me our solution will solve the following problems. And it will do this for the user, your customer, or the beneficiary, whoever you're targeting in this Climathon. Then tell us about your product or service. And how does it address the problem or the challenge that you're working on? That's slide number 2. Slide number 3 is the underlying magic. This is what makes your product special, different, and better than the existing solution or product that is available to your customers, your users, or your beneficiaries. So in business jargon or business model jargon, you're talking about the value proposition, the value that you are creating. And you're telling everyone, you know what, we are better and this is what makes us stand out. And you should choose us and not this existing one because we do things better. Right? So the same questions, that the statements that I just said, these are the questions I'm asking in slide number 3. Slide number 4. What is your go-to-market plan? Who will buy from you? Who are the people that have money now that will be interested in buying from you? If you're doing a business or a social business, but if not, who are your users and beneficiaries and why should they engage your product or your solution? And how will they know about you? Right? How will they know about the product and service? And how will you sell the given resource you have? So that's your go-to-market plan, and that's slide number 4. Pitch deck slide number 5. This is your business model. What business are we in? Are you in the retail business? Are you in the app business? Are you in the service industry? It could be various things. Are you a producer? So understand what business you're in and communicate that to us. How do you bring your product or service to your customers? And how will you earn? Where will your revenues come from? Or how will you get funding? How will you make it sustainable? I think it's the important question here. And what does your cost and revenue structure look like? And this will tell us on how sustainable you are as a business or as an organization. What does the competition look like? That's slide number 6. Who are your possible competitors? Who's doing the same thing as you are? And group similar products together. Who else are trying to solve your pain points or hitting the same target market as you are? Right? So if you're not a social business or a social enterprise, how are you targeting or hitting the beneficiaries that you're trying to look for or trying to service? So that's the answer there in terms of a competitive analysis. We are more than halfway there, and that is slide 6. Slide number 7 is your projection and milestones. How will you define the success of your solution? And if you are a social enterprise or business, how will you define the success of your business? What will your revenues or profit look like in the next 3 years? What are your targets for the next 3 years? And slide number 7 is about projections and milestones. Slide number 8 is your capital expenditures and operating expenses. How much do you need to start this project, this solution? What are the most important aspects that needs to get started, and what are the most important aspects that needs funding right away at this point in order for you to be able to start? And that, sir, is slide number 8. Slide number 9 talks about your team composition. Sorry about that. And this tells us, why are you the best team to handle this project and the solution? Who will manage the different parts of the execution or the implementation of the solution you just created? And if I'm an organization or a funder, why should I trust you with your money, with my money? That's slide 9. And the final slide is the summary and call to action. Just summarize everything as quick as possible. And what is your ask? You're in front of the judges. You're in front of the audience. What are you telling them to do? Do you want them to join? How do you want them to join this project? What are you inviting them to do? Are you inviting them to invest? Are you inviting them to be part of this project? Are you inviting them to volunteer in order to start this project, in order for you to implement this project? And that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 10 slides of a pitch deck. So how do you end your pitch? You end your pitch with a call to action or an ask. But to start the end, you have to go back to the beginning. Start again by telling the story, how it began, and repeat the benefits that you mentioned earlier. Create a call to action. Invite the judges to do an action. Like I said earlier, it could be to volunteer, to fund, or to spread the word. Make them think that if they don't do the action, they're missing out on opportunity. And make that ask and that call to action an urgent matter. And that ends your pitch. So I'll just give you one last slide, because the time limit that you have is not 20 minutes, right? So I want you to focus on the first column, which is 2 to 3 minutes. And the X are the slides that you need for a 2 to 3 minute pitch. The ones in blue is, if you have 3 minutes, I would like to see those 2 slides, just for me to understand what the process or what you need will look like. So follow the first column in designing your pitch because that's the range and the time limit that you have for this pitch. So the other one is from 5 to 7 minutes is the second column. And the rest is for 10 and 15. So that is it for my second workshop. And thank everyone for being here and for listening. And that's the end. You're now ready to create your pitch deck and write the script for your pitch. Thank you for joining me in my workshop. I wish all the participants the best. Whether you win or lose, I think you will learn a lot from the process that you will go through and from the feedback of the judges. The purpose of the pitch or this kind of pitch is for you to learn and develop your idea further. So with that, thank you and goodbye.
Right. Hi, Sir Irwin. Thank you so much for being here. I just have two questions, one for prototyping and one for pitching. So to start off with, I'm sure a lot of our participants are keen on asking and are wondering currently, how detailed should the prototype be for a hackathon like this? Should all features be working? And if not, what particular features should be emphasized for their prototype?
No, it shouldn't be a working prototype. And I think they should focus on a low resolution prototype or a mid resolution prototype if they have time to actually do arts and crafts just to show their creative side. But if they're well averse on PowerPoint, they can show it on PowerPoint. They can create animations for it. They can do a simple drawing, and they can do they can just do a simple drawing. What needs to be featured? I think the most important, if it's a multiple featured product, service, app, or whatever they're designing, what is the most important feature for what they're creating? Like if this isn't launched first, it is not going to work. Right. So those are the things that they need to decide on, like what feature is the most important feature for whatever they're designing is.
And I guess the same can be made for pitching. So for pitching, what should they focus on the most? They only really have 3 minutes, which I know isn't a long time on video or via live stream. So what do they need to focus on so that they can deliver the best pitch and the best message they can to their judges tomorrow?
All right, since they only have 3 minutes and technically that's 6 slides, and that 6 slides include the title page, those 5 slides will actually be the most important thing for them. They should understand, they should show that they understand the problem very well and show that this is the solution that would solve the problem the best.
Yes, so similar to what our pitch coach used to tell us, it's really just spelling out the equation for the judges. It's problem plus solution equals impact. That's it. If you can spell it out as easy as 1 + 1 = 2, then the pitch is spot on. Thank you for that, Sir Irwin. Thank you for the workshop. I'm sure we've all learned a lot. I've learned a lot, and we hope to see you soon too. For all the participants who might have more detailed questions to ask Sir Irwin, please know that he is in the Slack channel and you can always ask him questions there. He also is a mentor, if I'm not mistaken, so feel more than free to reach out to him to ask for guidance, support, help, and maybe clear up some questions your teammates and yourselves may have. So again, thank you, Sir Irwin, for that, and we'll see you in the Slack channel as well as tomorrow in the finals.
All right, bye.
Okay, guys, before we do head on to a quick commercial break, I do have some updates for each and every one of you. First and foremost, we will be doing a power lunch, which means we will not be eating. Well, at least I won't be eating. You guys can still eat while watching the remaining workshops we have prepared for you today. So we have 3 remaining workshops. Miss Monique and Miss Melody and then we will be heading on to a WWF presentation, and of course, we'll end it with Carla's talk on local Bayanihan. So stay with us because we will not be having a lunch break anymore, no noontime breaks. And yes, I'll see you here again after a quick commercial break.
We are Union Bank of the Philippines, the Philippines' best digital bank. In the recent Bank Quality Consumer Survey on retail banks last April, we were ranked number 2 of the most helpful banks in Asia Pacific during the COVID-19 crisis and is the only Philippine bank in the top 20 list. Because of the pandemic, it has become crucial that our products and services quickly adapt to the challenges presented in this new digital normal.
Oops. All right, welcome back. Guys, parang ang tagal natin hindi nagkita, no? So, hello, welcome back. We are now entering our 7th workshop for the entire Climathon series. Konti na lang, guys, cap done. Now we have, of course, representatives from WWF. So I'm sure that when you think about climate, you cannot not think of WWF. And with us today to talk about food waste and composting are 2 members of WWF Philippines. We have Miss Melody N. Meloric, project manager for WWF Philippines, as well as Miss Monique Mahusay, coordinator of the Soil Mate project in WWF Philippines. So again, join me in welcoming Miss Melody and Miss Monique.
Hello, everyone. We're so happy to be here. So Monique and I are both from WWF Philippines, or Worldwide Fund for Nature Philippines, an international environmental organization dedicated to the protection and conservation of our planet. So today we will be discussing about food loss and waste and how we can reduce it.
Hi, I'm Monique, and I'm also from WWF, and I will also be talking about composting naman. Thank you.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Save Our Food, Save Our Planet, where we will talk about food loss and waste and how to reduce it. So for today's menu, we'll start off with a background on WWF and the Sustainable Diner Project. Then we'll look into food loss and waste, its environmental impacts, and how to reduce it. And lastly, we'll end with a deep dive on composting, its different methods, and their benefits. So WWF is an international non-profit organization dedicated to environmental protection and conservation. So we can be found all over the world, and we were founded in 1961.
So in the Philippines, the country office was established in 1996. We used to be known as World Wildlife Fund, but we eventually changed our name to Worldwide Fund for Nature to reflect a greater mandate. So we're not just focused on wildlife, but really on any challenge facing our planet today. So we have projects for energy, water, forests, and even food. And the project I'm part of is actually centered on food. So my name is Rain, and I'm the Sustainable Consumer Specialist of the Sustainable Diner Project. So this project aims to connect the effects of our food choices to the environment. We are working on integrating sustainability principles into food-related national and local policies, food business operations, and the consumer behavior of Filipinos. So being a sustainable diner is all about embodying 5 principles: using local and seasonal produce, conserving energy and water, reducing the use of single-use plastics, eating more plant-based dishes, and of course, today's main topic, which is reducing food waste. So you must be wondering now, what's the difference between food loss and waste? So essentially, these two concepts revolve around wasted food, but their difference lies on when they were thrown away. So looking at the journey of our food from farm to fork, food loss happens in the earlier stages from the farmers until the markets, and food waste happens with us once we buy it, prepare it, and eat it. So food waste is a very big problem in our country. In Metro Manila alone, 2,175 tons ang tinatapon natin na pagkain every single day. But more than being a national problem, food waste is a global problem. So all over the world, 1/3 of all food produced never reaches our plates. So there's a kind of disconnect between the point na ang daming nagugutom sa mundo versus itong ang daming nasasayang na pagkain. So food waste really is a social issue. So now, how does it connect to our environment? So first, we waste a lot of resources when we just throw away our food. When we waste food, we also waste 1, money that we use to buy it. Number 2, the water and other resources used during production. Number 3, the soil nutrients it used up while growing. Number 4, the transportation and labor costs to plant, harvest, and transport it to us. And lastly, the time, efforts, and energy of everyone involved in getting your food from farm to fork. Second, when we throw away our food and it ends up in landfills, di ba mabubulok lang siya? And rotten food smells bad. So actually, yung naamoy natin na mabaho is a type of greenhouse gas called methane. So when we talk about greenhouse gases, we always think about carbon dioxide because it's the most common. But actually, methane is more potent and more powerful than carbon dioxide. And if food waste were a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So we always hear a lot of talk about greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. And it's pretty confusing to understand kasi it feels like a very abstract concept. So let's do a visual exercise to better understand it. So here in this short video, imagine na ikaw yung Earth and space is very, very cold. So you need a blanket to keep you warm or at a comfortable temperature. So actually, yung kumot na yan, yung parang yellow na nakabalot sa Earth, those are greenhouse gases. So in truth, greenhouse gases are essential to keep you warm. Without it, there will be no life on Earth. So, ayan, di ba? Ikaw yung Earth, tapos nakakumot ka, made from greenhouse gases, ganon. So, ngayon, when there are too much greenhouse gases being emitted, parang yung methane kanina from the food waste or carbon dioxide from smoke belchers, pakapal ng pakapal yung kumot mo. So, from a thin, cozy blanket, ngayon parang naka-full-on comforter ka na, tapos painit na ng painit. And that's what we call global warming. And as we all know, global warming and its side effects like melting glaciers, rising sea levels, and intensifying natural disasters is what we refer to as climate change. So now the question is, What can we do as individuals or organizations about climate change? Well, we can start with our food. So here are 3 things that we can do to reduce food loss and waste: prevent, donate, and divert. So the main goal should be to prevent wasting food in the first place. So the first prevention method is to give ugly produce a chance. So ugly produce are the fruits and vegetables that are oddly shaped or those that have imperfections. So throughout the food's journey from the farm to our fork, madaming tinatapon na imperfect produce. And kahit pagdating niya sa market, hindi sila binibili kasi nga hindi sila perfect. So in truth, these products are just as safe to eat and as nutritious as picture-perfect ones. So we should let go of our unreasonable standards for perfection and give ugly produce a chance, because this would prevent a lot of both food loss and food waste. So it's a two-way street kasi. Producers will keep throwing away these food if there's no demand, and consumers can't buy them if there's no supply. So this kind of change needs to happen on both sides. So the next one is to check storage. To avoid food loss, this means checking that your storage equipment can handle your shipment of produce and the long travel time to avoid spoilage in the middle of transportation. So for food waste naman, this means organizing your pantry so that you avoid buying more of an ingredient that you already have, or you avoid forgetting some of the food items and they end up spoiling. So it's good to use the first in, first out method, or FIFO, or first expiry, first out method, or FEFO, to avoid this kind of issue. And next one is to plan ahead and have a shopping list and meal plan to avoid buying too much sa market, especially para dun sa mga ingredients na madaling mabulok. So the fourth one is to know your serving sizes. So this can be applicable sa bahay since magkakakilala naman kayo, you know how much each one can eat, so we should adjust accordingly. And for restaurants naman, this can also be applied. So it's important to be transparent to customers on the serving sizes para they don't order too much tapos maiwasan yung food waste. And next is to be creative with your meals. So there are a lot of ways to repurpose leftovers or excess ingredients. Like, kunwari, you can save your vegetable peelings to use it for vegetable stock. Or you can also do some food preservation methods like pickling or making jams. And lastly, for prevention, getting the word out or sharing these tips with others is also a prevention method kasi it creates a wider network of people na aware sa environmental impacts of food loss and waste and what they can do about it. So the second thing that we can do to reduce food waste is to donate. So we are encouraged to donate wholesome food for charitable purposes. In the Philippines, na-formalize ito ng Food Donation Act of 2009. So whether you're a corporation, small business, household, or individual, you can seek community-based organizations doing food donation. And there are some that are led by the church, pwedeng led by the LGU, or kahit nga sa businesses meron din. So examples of these are Project Smile from the Cebu City LGU, and Food Rescue Philippines and Rise Against Hunger here in Metro Manila. Or maybe you can even lead your own donation program and partner with non-profit organizations in order to reach your beneficiaries. So what's important is to make sure that the food that you are sharing is safe, wholesome, and edible. And lastly, if there's nothing that we can do anymore to prevent food waste, or mabigay siya sa ibang tao, then we can at least try to divert it from our landfills. So we have 2 diversion methods. The first one being to start your own home garden. So medyo weird siya, no? Ano yung connection ng food waste sa home garden? So actually, some vegetable scraps can be used as a starter for your survival garden. So you can try planting yung mga cuttings ng leafy greens, pwedeng root crops, or pwede rin yung fruit-bearing trees from the seed. And eventually, you'll be on your way to be more food independent. So the second diversion tactic naman is composting. And this is a very interesting topic, connecting our food back to the soil. So to deep dive on this, I'd like to turn you over to my colleague, Monique Mahusay, the Soilmate Project Coordinator for the Sustainable Diner Project.
Ayan. So thank you, Rain. So hello, I am Monique. I am the Soilmate Project Coordinator and I will discuss about composting. So ano ba yung composting? It is the natural process of decomposing organic matter, in our case, food waste, by microorganisms under controlled conditions. Yung controlled conditions, magdedepende yun sa method ng composting na mapipili natin. And with the right ingredients and the right environment that suits you best, your compost system will create a finished product that is extremely valuable, which is yung compost nga. So it has this rich source of organic matter that can be used as soil amendment to improve soil health. So in this composting process, food waste is not trash, but it's treated as a valuable resource for soil regeneration and for building healthy soil. So there are several reasons why this composting process is very important. And I will just discuss these three main reasons. So first, na-discuss nga ni Rain kanina na 2,175 tons of food waste yung na-generate sa Metro Manila alone every day. And saan ba napupunta tong mga to? Di ba sa garbage bags? O nakukunin ng garbage truck at dadalhin sa landfill? So ito na yung nakasanayan natin kasi ito yung free service provided by our government. So di natin alam na we are also trashing our planet for free. Kasi nga, eventually, mabubulok lang sila sa landfill, then they will emit methane to our atmosphere, which is more potent than carbon dioxide nga. So dito papasok yung composting as part of this solution to this problem. Composting reduces waste, makes us less dependent on landfills, and decreases greenhouse gas emissions. So di na natin kailangan magtapon ng mga organic materials na ito sa landfills at hayaang mabulok. We will just repurpose them. Next one, wag tayo magtapon ng food waste kasi these are valuable resources nga for our soil. So just like the parts that you eat, the parts of food you toss contain important healthy microorganisms, vitamins, and minerals also. So kapag nag-compost tayo and binalik natin sa lupa yung mga nutrients na yon, pwede siyang ma-recycle at magamit ng mga susunod na tanim o halaman na tutubo sa lupang yon. Lastly, compost strengthens soil and promotes healthy plant growth. So kapag nagdagdag tayo ng compost sa lupa, nag-i-improve yung structure and texture niya. Nagkakaroon ng higher amount of organic matter and higher retention of water, nutrients, and air din. Kaya nagiging optimal or ideal yung environment at mas nagiging maganda at healthy yung tubo ng mga halaman natin. So, sino bang nakikinabang sa mga healthy plants na to? Di ba tayo din? So, there's really interconnectedness between the food waste, the compost, and us human beings. Yan. So, composting can be done in variety of ways. But you have to find what best suits you. So it can be defined by how much space or time you have. Pwede rin siyang gawin at the household or community level. So first one, kung meron po tayong malaking bakuran na pwedeng hukayan ng compost pit, pwede natin gawin itong direct composting. So ililayer lang natin dito sa compost pit yung mga tinatawag natin green organic waste na normally ay food waste, or fruit or vegetable trimmings na mayaman sa nitrogen. And brown organic waste tulad ng mga tuyong dahon o kahoy na mayaman naman sa carbon. So you just layer them and then you let nature does its work through the decomposition process. And next one, yung open air or compost pile naman. So, hindi na tayo maghuhukay, pero ililayer na lang natin yung mga brown and green organic matter sa isang open air container, kagaya nung nasa picture. Yan. So, sa umpisa, maamoy nga lang siya, pero habang tumatagal yung compost, nawawala yun at nagiging amoy lupa na siya. Yan. So, kapag wala naman tayong masyadong lugar, example sa mga urban setting like Pasig, pwede tayong mag-tumbler composting or sa mga containers lang. So, ganun din, ililayer lang natin yung brown and organic materials Yung iba, aerobic yung method nila, kaya binugbutasan yung mga container. And of course, para rin may drainage. Another method is vermicomposting, kung saan gagamit tayo ng mga worms or mga bulate. So worms, yung kakain ng food waste. Tapos, yung ilalabas nilang mga dumi, ayun yung magiging compost. Ayan yung nasa picture. That's vermicomposting. Lastly is yung bokashi composting. Ayan. So bokashi is a Japanese term which means fermented organic matter. So we will put all of our food waste except liquid sa ating composting bucket with a tight lid or cover. And we layer it with bokashi bran. Tapos, mag-undergo na siya ng anaerobic fermentation process. So the beneficial microbes in the bokashi bran are the ones responsible for the fermentation process. Green Space, a food waste composting company, founded by Ms. Rina Papio, who's also one of the coaches for this year's Climathon. They make this high-quality bokashi bran by fermenting rice bran and carbonized rice hull using a superior quality microbial inoculant known as EM1. So yung method na to ay magpaproduce siya ng bokashi juice na pwede ring idilig sa lupa to improve soil health or sa toilet and sinks for disinfection. And after ng fermentation, which is approximately 2 weeks, pwede nang ilagay sa mga compost pit yung output para soil microbes naman yung tatapos ng breakdown ng ating food waste. So in connection to bokashi composting, we're actually working on a project in partnership with Green Space also. So wherein we will be creating a mobile application called SoilMate. So that would connect restaurants, hotels, and other interested food service businesses to a composting subscription service. That would give them the avenue to divert their food waste from the landfills and back to our soil. So it's still in the work, so stay tuned lang kayo for more updates. So, and also, we're calling all Pasigueños and anyone who wants to be part of this climate solution ideathon to be our soil mates. So I hope that you'll see food waste reduction, donation, and composting as one of the best and relevant solutions for this year's Climathon Challenge. Ayan. So please share this, not just to your household members, pero sa mga ibang kamag-anak nyo pa or kapitbahay nyo, or sa community, village, or sa condo ninyo. If you know anyone who's running a food business or who wants to include waste management in their value chain, tell them to become our soilmate and we will gladly help them. Ayan. So ito yung mga balita na dapat ipagkalat at hindi basura, di ba? Ayan. So to sum up the discussion for today, ano ba yung benefits ng commitment natin to reduce food waste and to do composting? Number one, benefit is savings. So when we try to reduce our food waste, the mitigating efforts can result to savings also because more food will be served to the guests and less will be wasted. Number two, aside sa less food waste, lahat ng environmental resources used to produce our food will also be saved from being wasted. So yung fresh water, yung soil nutrients, and even yung transportation costs, all of this will not be wasted if we avoid food waste. Third, syempre, less na yung contribution natin sa methane emission and global warming. And on top of that, meron pa tayong compost that will help us restore soil health to produce another batch of food for us. Yan. So I hope you learned something from this presentation. So to end, we are encouraging you to feed people, animals, and soil, but not our landfills. So please remember that whenever we send our food waste to the landfill, we are throwing away a valuable resource that can help build soil. So let's reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and promote circular economy through prevention, donation, and diversion. Yun lang, and thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Monique and
Thank
Melody. Thank
you.
you for being here. Thank you for that amazing discussion on food waste and composting. I personally like that you end with composting because it is such an amazing way to call people towards actions they can do um, on their personal time, personal capabilities, and all that. But let's go for the questions. Let's move towards food waste for now. So for
Okay.
food waste, should packaged foods beyond their best before dates be immediately discarded? What is your take on that? And what is your take on the ways by which we could perhaps incentivize supermarkets, wholesalers, retailers from better using, from throwing away their near expiry or expired um, food items so that they do not necessarily end up in landfills, but perhaps could help us solve malnutrition and food insecurity here.
Okay. Hi. Hi, Chantel. This is Melody. So, your first question regarding the best before, I think we have to be clear first on the difference between best before and expiration dates because they are two different things. They're not the same. So, when we say best before, this pertains to the quality of your food. So, when you say best before, after that certain date, the quality of your food diminishes. For example, the texture, the color, the taste, but it's still sound to eat. It's still edible. Whereas for expiration dates, they are the ones really that cannot be eaten anymore. So, what's our take on discarding best before? Well, as I've said a while ago, when you say best before, it's not really pertaining to the soundness of the food. It's just the quality, so you can still eat it. But for the expiration dates, you really cannot eat it. For one, it promotes food safety among consumers and it also serves as protection for them. And at the end of the day, we don't want you to let your food reach their expiration dates. So you must consume your food really by following the first in first out and first expiration first out. So that's the for the first question. For the second question regarding incentivization for supermarkets and other retail establishments, incentivization is a good thing. It's a good way to encourage them, but at the end of the day, we want them also to realize the benefits of what they're doing. So I would say that incentivizing them can push them, but towards the end goal, they should do this on their own without even incentives, because at the end of the day, it will be the benefits will be for them, for all of us.
If I could just pick your brain on that, are there current
Yes.
movements, initiatives, whether on a private or public level, that encourages or pushes these food players from we had a slight snag there, no? We from really
Mm-hmm.
going for it, because I know that this is a very very important issue, but of course business mindsets, economic mindsets may have different levels of prioritization mechanisms. So, are there any movements or initiatives right now that seek to push them towards that, at least up until the point where they themselves see the benefits? Because for some, believing is seeing, but for others, they have to see first before they actually believe it. So, are there movements right now for towards that?
Yes. Yes, actually, so from the presentation that we had, there's already actually a law regarding food donation as a way to mitigate food waste. And we are already on the other bill that would really make sure that there is a donation mechanism that will be implemented nationwide, and also making sure that food waste will not end up in landfills by doing mandatory composting. So there are initiatives, there are movements both from the government, then we also have other civil society organizations who support food waste reduction. And on the part of the business sector, they also have their own initiatives. Actually, they don't just publicize it lang, unlike other initiatives, but they do have, and they also try to donate those that are still sound and edible to consume to organizations. And like recently we have this typhoon, so definitely the business sector provides sound and edible food to donate. So walang kumbaga malaki yung pag-asa natin na ma-reduce talaga natin yung food waste if we work together.
That's really, really good to hear. I'm glad, and I'm sure our participants are likewise equally as glad as I am to hear that. Although not publicized, there are organizations that are working towards it. And sana magtuloy-tuloy lang because the benefits really are real. And I know, and I think in Paris and in another country in Europe, they've mandated that ugly vegetables and I think best before food items that usually are thrown to waste be donated, if I'm not mistaken, to charities and whatnot. So very interesting stuff going on, both in the Philippines and abroad. On composting, as you mentioned, certain organizations, such certain businesses have already started their own composting facilities and initiatives. If, for instance, I live in Cainta, so it's sort of a suburban town, and but if someone lives in, say, a city, sort of like maybe in Pasig City, and they want to do composting but are worried because I don't know, maybe they're living in a condominium, maybe they don't have that much space, and they're wary of their neighbors, perhaps of the landholders, evaluation or comments on the possible smell. One of my friends does vermicomposting, so they use worms. So, what can you suggest that they do if they really want to push for composting but are wary of their own personal and environmental hindrances and barriers? And are there, say, avenues by which they could still support composting or perhaps even deliver their food waste for composting, just not in their backyard, maybe a community composting facility or an organization that facilitates those transfers? So what are your tips and thoughts on that?
Okay, hello, good afternoon. Yeah, in a condominium setting naman, you can try bucket composting or yung bokashi composting nga. Kasi especially the bokashi composting, it has this tight lid cover and it undergoes anaerobic fermentation process. So hindi lalabas yung amoy. Ganyan. And also, this is also could be a time for some condo associations na ask their admin to include composting in their solid waste management plan, di ba? And also, unit owners can propose a community garden or you can use their compost, di ba? And if not naman, yun nga, they can avail any composting subscription services that will help them compose or do the job for them. So again, yun nga, if there's really a way, there's a will, there's really a way. Ayan. And also for the different avenues nga, actually, the Sustainable Diner received a grant to implement a project called Soilmate. Yan. Yeah. So it's an IT solution to food waste landfill diversion through composting. So this is in partnership with Green Space. So we aim to connect food business establishments, the hospitality industry, and even the public community to a composting subscription services through a mobile application. So in the mobile app called Soilmate, ayan, so businesses can easily avail a bokashi composting bucket where they can easily collect their food waste and then layer it with the with bokashi brand. And then through the mobile application, pwede rin sila mag-book for pick-up, di ba? If they cannot compost it on their own, yeah, we can do it for them. Ayan. So also the app is not just for those who are composting. Pwede rin siya maging channel for those who are looking for a compost, diba? So those farmers who needs a compost for their production, yan, pwede yung application.
I love it. I'm so excited for the app, honestly. And I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great initiative. And what I'm thinking right now is the fact that this app may have been brought about just by people asking these questions, people who have been on the ground and who have interest, but who have experienced barriers and just dared to ask the question and dared even more to give it an answer. So I think hopefully the participants feel equally excited for the app. Will definitely watch out for it. Please do keep us updated on its launch.
Actually,
And
we're
let's
gonna
go,
have
go, go launch.
launching event. Nag-plug.
Go, yes.
It's entitled Food for the Soil and Be Our Soil Mate. Yan. So it will happen on December 3 through our Facebook live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, and guys, December 3 is the Facebook and live stream ng WWF Philippines. So please take note of that. And yes, and I hope you also took inspiration from Melody and of course Monique. They and WWF Philippines dared to ask the question and dared to answer it. And this is something you guys are doing yourselves as well. And you never know, you guys might be the next startup, the next initiative launching next year, maybe in a couple of months from now. So just keep at it. Monique and Melody, thank you so much for being with us here today. I love, by the way, your Zoom backgrounds are
Thank
absolutely
you.
amazing. And yes, thank you so much. We hope to see you again real soon.
Thank
And good luck with all you're
you.
doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys. So, okay pa, kayang-kaya, no? I hope you guys feel excited and re-energized at the end of each program because I know I do. Wala pa akong kain yan diba? Ang galing, food security, tas hindi kumain yung host. Awesome. But anyways, we have another workshop in store for each and every one of you. So allow me to introduce, and it's my absolute pleasure to be able to introduce her, Miss Karen Lee Hizola. She will be talking to us about seed sovereignty through different lenses. She is the executive director for the Global Seed Savers Philippines organization. And I don't know, but from the topic itself, I'm so excited to hear what she has to say about this. So, Miss Karen, I hand over the floor to you.
Hi. Thank you to the City of Pasig and to the organizers of this event for inviting me. It is an honor to be speaking here in front of everyone today. Do you know what I hold in my hand? I hold in my hand the past, the present, and the future. Why do I say that? First, let me share my screen with you. In my talk, we will look at seed sovereignty through different lenses. Okay, so why did I say earlier that seeds hold the key to the past, the present, and the future? Well, because seeds encapsulate within them a copy of the past, a possibility for the present, and a ray of hope for tomorrow. My seed mentor and dear friend always says that seeds are the most resilient thing we have. So it didn't come as a surprise when, since the start of the quarantine, we were asked if we had seeds. I work for a nonprofit called Global Seed Savers Philippines, and our vision is hunger-free and healthy communities with access to sustainable, farmer-produced seeds and food. What the pandemic did is highlight our broken food systems and fast-track people's awareness about their access to food. Going back to seeds, we have to look at their role and their being the most resilient thing we have. It's important to look at why this is true and what it means for us by understanding the whys of the seed sovereignty movement. And if the work resonates with you, start a seed movement in your city or area. First, let's define seed sovereignty. Vandana Shiva, India's foremost seed activist, says seed sovereignty includes the farmer's rights to save, breed, and exchange seeds, to have access to diverse open source seeds which can be saved and which are not patented, genetically modified, owned, or controlled by emerging seed giants. It is based on reclaiming seeds and biodiversity as commons and public good. Essentially, seed sovereignty is about having control over our own seeds and to have access to diverse open source seeds which can be saved. Access to safe, healthy, and open pollinated seeds helps create a greater chance for success when it comes to producing our own food. While Pasig might be a bustling city, and possibly to your mind it would be impractical to house seeds within your spaces, there can be great frameworks and programs that go along with seed saving that can involve different sectors. I have seen this done and done successfully, and I'm continuing to see this happen, not just in the Philippines, but in other countries as well. Again, we're here to explore the reasons why and hopefully find a way to include one or more library systems in Pasig. A wise man once told me, there is no barren soil to a fertile mind. Okay, so let's look at the first lens. It's biodiversity conservation. So why are seeds key to biodiversity conservation? Like I mentioned earlier, they are our past, our present, and our future. I did not just mean it metaphorically, but quite literally too. You see, seeds hold a copy of life's genetic blueprint. The more we plant seeds and the more we harvest seeds, the more diversity we will have in our hands. That is to say, we will find more plant characteristics that can help us survive through different environmental changes. Based on recent epigenetic studies, a doctor of biology even goes on to saying that the first seed that is planted in an ecosystem already creates adaptations within the ecosystem. How amazing is that? You see on your screen a buzz phrase, biodiversity conservation. What does that really mean? The planet has been around, scientists estimate, for around 4.5 billion years. And we modern humans, or Homo sapiens sapiens, have been around for around 200,000 of those 4.5 billion years. To put that into context, it's like if we equate the life of the planet to one day, to the number of seconds in one day, so that's 86,400 seconds, and modern humans to a portion of that day, we've only been around for 3.8 of those 86,400 seconds. But what we have done is actually change the face of the planet drastically because of our activities. And some biologists even say that we have caused the sixth extinction. See, we've only had 5 mass extinctions, and these were caused by natural disasters. But now we are causing the 6th mass extinction. What does this imply? In nature, the dying out of species happens at a rate that is called background extinction. But because of our human activities, we've spurred this rate to at least 1,000 times faster than normal. So essentially, species are dying out because of our activities. Let's look at culture or cultural preservation, or the preservation of culture. You will find that seed saving and planting in small spaces actually encourage other flora and fauna's growth. But it's not just that. Let's use the second lens. Anybody here familiar with the buri tree? It's a kind of palm that grows to around 50 years of age. In Cebu, where I grew up, this is part of some families' tradition. The buri only flowers once in its lifetime and only when it's ready to die. As it does this, families who are caretakers of this palm call each other up and say, "Bay, it's time." What they mean is that it's time to harvest the edible parts of the tree. See, it takes a mature buri tree 50 years, and yes, 50 years, to produce food that we can consume. The trunk has to be cut in a specific way, and only a few families now hold that knowledge. To extract a substance that can be turned to flour to make landang. For those of you not familiar, landang is one of the key ingredients in the Visayan recipe called binignit. Here in Luzon, you have your version of it. It's called ginataan. It's the sweet snack with sago and coconut milk. Traditionally in Cebu, sago was not used. It was the landang from the buri tree that was used. But now there are very few buri trees. And you might ask, why not grow it from seeds? The short answer is we can't. See, nature is so beautifully complex that the seed of the buri tree can only germinate once it has been in the mouth of a bat. Something in the bat's saliva ensures that the seed germinates. But this bat is also now fewer in number. It should be obvious what I'm driving at is that everything is so interconnected, and truly the fate of our planet lies in our becoming good stewards of nature. So let's take a look at another lens and see the importance of seeds through another lens. So what is food security? By definition, it is access to food at all times, in all cases, and all situations by all people. To simplify it further, it just means that nobody goes hungry. Why do you think there are hungry people in our country? It's a very complex question, and one would need to look at so many factors to even begin to try answering that question. There are many causes like injustice, unequal distribution of wealth, imbalance of power, greed, etc. If you look at the Philippines, we are so hierarchical that there's so much disparity that's probably the result of years of colonization. And somehow these human constructs have seeped into our psyches so much that if we belong to a certain income level, society treats us a certain way. But if you really go down to the very core of things, hierarchy is important only in certain situations. Emergency, for example, in a war, in a hospital operating room. Other than that, we could do away with social strata, especially for just flying on a regular day to day road. But I have to tell you, I don't think there's anything sadder than a balikbayan box. I know it makes a lot of people happy and rightly so, but it's basically just a large cardboard box. Let's analyze the word balikbayan. Balik means to go back and bayan means home, country or home. Technically, balikbayan means to go back home. And why am I saying that it's the saddest thing? Because every day, thousands of balikbayan boxes are sent to the Philippines by overseas Filipino workers. Gifts for family and friends. They may contain clothes, bags, shoes, chocolates, and whatnots. Filipinos go abroad to try to make a living so they could provide for their families. Our best people are journeying to other lands to look for a better life. That has to make us think. And as I speak now, I know that literally millions of people, Filipino people, are working probably in all of the countries in the world where we are allowed to work. It's not uncommon for a Filipino mother to be taking care of another family's children in another household in another part of the world, because in doing so, she is able to send money back to her children. But this leaves her very own children vulnerable as she is not with them during their formative years. The balikbayan box, at least to me, is like a bittersweet, visible, tangible tether that connects loved ones. It's funny how we've been known to haul these 50-pound boxes around airports and piers just so we could send something back to our families. It's very Filipino to go home bringing so many things for our loved ones. We think we can fit love in a box. And sometimes it's true. The balikbayan box is like an anchor holding together fractured families. And I know that because the pain of missing family is all too familiar. I had asked my sisters who live in another country whether they would have left the Philippines had there been similar opportunities for them here. They said, no, quite simply, no. And this is repeated by other countless overseas Filipino workers. So, what does this have to do with saving seeds? Saving seeds is the first step in ensuring a food secure future. If we have control over what seeds we plant and over when and how we want to plant seeds, we are assured of being more resilient, not just in times of crisis, but on a day to day as well. Let's look at the fourth lens. Who feeds the world? There's a lot of buzz now about industrial or big agriculture, and that they're helping to bring humanity to a more food secure future. But when we look at numbers, 70% of the world's food is actually produced by smallholder farmers. Let me repeat that. 70% of the world's food is produced by smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers are those who farm on tracts of land that are smaller than 2 hectares. It's also quite a loose definition because it includes it presupposes that the smallholder farmer or smallholder farm is run by family or without the use of big machinery. Essentially, 70% of the world's food is produced on 30% of the world's agricultural land. Big industrial farms use as much as 70% of the world's agricultural land but produce only about 30% of the food. Let me quote directly from the UN FAO fact sheet. Open quote. While 70% of the world's food is generated from only 12 plants and 5 animal species, making the global food system highly vulnerable to shocks, biodiversity is key to smallholder systems who keep many rustic and climate-resilient varieties and breeds alive. Out of the 2.5 billion people in poor countries living directly from the food and agriculture sector, 1.5 billion live in smallholder households. Many of those households are extremely poor. Overall, the highest incidence of workers living with their families below the poverty line is associated with employment in agriculture. Close quotes. Why do we need to take note of this? The next slide will explain it better. So if you look at the screen, this is actually a summary, a graph of big agrochemical companies' share in agriculture. So if you look at the top 3, Bayer and Monsanto, China, Syngenta, Dow, DuPont, they actually control the combination of the 3. They control at least 70% of the world's market share in agriculture. We have to fully grasp that seeds and food production should be in the hands of people. That the only way to food and seed sovereignty is the devolution of control from only a few companies such as these and to all of the people growing food, especially smallholder farmers and urban gardeners. Fragile food systems are the result of food distribution chains that are so long that there are multiple handoffs, that have multiple handoffs. Take note that each handoff presents or creates more fragility. And also, food is perishable. The longer it takes for food to reach from point A to point B, the more processed the food's design becomes. And this has so many implications on health as well. So, why are we here? We're here because we want to create options. And this quote by Buckminster Fuller says it all. To change something, build an alternative that is so attractive that it makes the existing model obsolete. Activism and advocacy work may sound like similar things, and up to a certain point, they are. But there are key differences. Activism is akin to fighting something head on, while advocacy is creating alternatives. Like Buckminster Fuller says, we have to create alternatives that are so attractive that they render the current model moot. Here are some alternatives that can be done. Community-supported agriculture. There are many different ways to do this, but it's like getting prepaid produce packs depending on an agreed-upon frequency, volume, and price. This has been successfully done in many countries, and as long as the framework is solid, there is no reason why it cannot be replicated here in Pasig. Urban gardening systems. Food production can be done in small spaces. It has now become quite common to grow food in containers. In fact, our partner nonprofit in Cebu, Cafe I, is making headlines because they've partnered with the city of Mandaue to reach informal settlers. They now have a program where they teach food production to people living in small spaces. We could do this in Pasig too. All it really takes is the commitment of people to make the change happen. The theory of change says that to measure success, we have to look at not just outputs, but outcomes. Outputs are quantifiable things, things that we can count, but outcomes are key because they are the behavior changes that we need to see, we need to have, we need to make. Lasting change is really only brought about by working towards shifting paradigms. And we have to see the wealth that we have here, take stock of what assets we can use, and then create solutions from them. Alternative food ecosystems. These can only work if the community supports these alternative markets. It can only be done when people come together because they understand the value of access to good, safe, and nutritious food. And by this, I mean ensuring that gaps are also bridged between the haves and the have nots. And last, seed libraries. I did say in the beginning that seeds are key. They are, because in all of the alternatives I presented, seeds play a key role. For how can you produce food if you don't have seeds? Seed libraries offer communities a better way to take care of their seed stock and ensure that they have a more resilient future. But what is a seed library? It functions quite like a book library, except that you have seeds stored in them. People who are part of the community of gardeners can then check out seeds, and then the normal agreement is that they return twice as much. This ensures that this is a sustainable endeavor and that there will be more genetic diversity in your area. I'd like to close with something that tie everything together: interconnectedness. This truth is so powerful once you truly understand what it means. At this point, I'd like you to bring your hand to your heart, become aware of your breath, and as you breathe in, you take in oxygen. When you breathe out, you exhale carbon dioxide. We were taught this simple principle in grade school science. But breathe in again and exhale. Every single breath we take in, one half of that is being done by trees and plants. That means the single most life-giving act we do every day is only possible because there are plants that do the breathing with us. In fact, it's been scientifically proven that every breath we take in now can be on the other side of the earth in around 4 to 5 days, feeding another life, whether an animal or a plant. How magical and intimate is that? Next, we are all aware of the ocean and its role in our ecosystem. But what we probably are not aware of is that through the cycles of water, our breathing in, taking in, letting out, sweating, excreting, we exchange water with the oceans on just as intimate a level. 70% of our bodies is water, and half of that 70%, so about 1/3 of us, comes from the oceans. And last, this is the story of iron. Part of the reason why the Earth spins on its axis is because of the presence of iron in its core, and this causes a magnetic field. It is also why we have a polar north and a polar south. But that iron isn't just in the Earth's core. It's also in our blood. And it's the reason why our heart is able to bring oxygen to our different organs. It is the iron in our blood that allows oxygen to be carried to the different parts of our body. Not many people know that iron is not made inside the earth. It could only have been formed by the birth and death of stars and the billions and billions of years of intergalactic collisions. It was through this iron that we became present here on our earth, and it was through this that iron became present on our earth and thus allowed life to flourish. It allowed us humans to flourish. And we have to honor that interconnectedness, as that is the first step in becoming better stewards of all living creatures. In summary, all of us, we are part tree, we are part ocean, and we are made of star stuff. Thank you. My name is Karen Lee Hizola. I am a seed saver, and I am a life story collector.
Wow.
Hello.
You know how they always start all of these really nice stories or quotes with "you're made of stardust" or all of that. I don't think I've heard a rendition of it better than yours today. So thank you for that, Karen. It's amazing. And it's an amazing reminder, for first and foremost, of where we come from. Not, well, actually, not only of where we come from, but more so who we are and what we really are. I think a lot of our problem stems from our, don't know, conscious or unconscious desire to be isolated, to be put in a pedestal or a platform that is distinct and different, not just from the planet, but from other people. As you said, we all have these different hierarchies. And we put up all of these walls to keep the oceans out. We put in boundaries to state this is where the forest is and this is where we will live, where in fact we're part of this world. I especially love your segment on the iron. I didn't really realize that earlier on. That's pretty amazing. But in any case, so thank you so much for that. I'm sure I echo each and every participant's sentiments here. I guess to start this discussion off with, I just wanted to ask, with everything you've shared from the urban garden to the seed library, how might, what in your experience and in your opinion would probably work best or very optimally at the very least for a city like Pasig? How can we start perhaps a seed library in a city such as ours right now? Who are the necessary actors that we would need to tap, and how would implementation look like?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question, and I have so many answers, but I'll try to limit it to just a few key things. For your first question, what setup would be best for Pasig, in my opinion and in my experience? Because I have worked with groups both in the municipality level and in the city level. But essentially, what's important is that if you have a central seed library in Pasig, you could also incorporate all of the products that come from the different, like, I think it was yesterday that I asked Alan of Senro Pasig. I asked him, how many spaces or community gardens do you have? And he said there are about 60 to 80. So I think dedicating at least a small portion of that, even 5% of the produce, to getting the plants to the seeding stage and then collecting the seeds would be really good, because that means even if a huge typhoon or something catastrophic happens, it means that you will have a backup or a reserve of seeds for the next food production. So yeah.
That's really amazing. So even for a city like Pasig, where arguably there are a lot of buildings, there's a lot of infrastructure, it really is possible to still have an urban garden, and at least to have these to the extent by which we could continue with actually implementing and scaling seed libraries.
Yes, definitely. Because if you look at the different models in the different parts of the world, seed sovereignty movements are actually sprouting now. And if Pasig had its own seed library, it'd probably be one of the first few cities in the Philippines to have something like that. And it's really vital because the way to climate adaptation, because we're not in the mitigation stage anymore, we're already at the adaptation stage, and the way to doing that is to make sure that we have genetic diversity. And seed saving assures that we have genetic diversity. So yeah, that's the main gist of it.
That's I do know I do know we have a seed bank, right? In Is it in Antarctica? Um, did I get that wrong? Yes, that is in danger now of being open. So for the rest of our participants, we have that. It's a global initiative that dates decades perhaps back. It's sort of our last chance at survival should we get everything wrong and we need to start over. The only problem is because the ice caps are melting. The permafrost that was supposed to keep it safe is melting. So if we lose that, that's a huge blow for us and our survival later on. But definitely yes.
Yeah, actually, it's in Norway. It's in Svalbard. It's one of the few seed banks that we have in the world. Let me just differentiate it. There's a seed library and there's a seed bank. So the seed bank is usually for longer term doomsday events. So if there's something catastrophic that happens throughout the major cities or major areas in the world, you have the seed bank. But a seed library is something that's community based. It also gives farmers and urban gardeners easier access to seeds, because you see the difference is that seed banks have controlled temperature, they require controlled moisture levels, whereas seed libraries, if you store seeds well, they can last for 1 to 2 years. And then they also ensure that the people who need the seeds have access to them. So both have their roles, but right now it's the devolution of control over the food production in the world that's really important. And so it's important to have seeds accessible to farmers and urban growers.
What seeds do you recommend we start with for Pasig and Metro Manila?
That's a really good question. My go-to answer is always start with something that you'll enjoy eating.
Yeah, that makes
Seriously,
sense.
because really, right? There's this saying that you can't protect something that you don't love, and if you don't enjoy eating something, or you don't have this established relationship with your food, then you're not gonna wanna do anything to protect that. So you start with something that you eat on a daily basis, and I would say start with the things that you eat on a daily basis and slowly incorporate a lot of these endemic crops that we have in the Philippines. Like I said earlier, the Philippines is actually a wealth of biodiversity. I think we are one of the 18 mega biodiverse countries in the world, right? And our flora is around at least 10,000 to 16,000 different species. And biologists estimate that around 10% of that can be edible. So we have over 1,000 things that we can eat in the Philippines, but we are limited to just 10, 20 crops. And that's where, that's likely a possible cause of malnutrition. That's likely a possible cause of food insecurity. And so I think tapping the wealth that we have, again, it goes back to assets, what we have as a country and as a people, and then looking to those assets for solutions.
Thank you. Well, I have one last question, Karen, if that's fine. It has to do with the extent by which we are moving towards this. So I reckon that especially after hearing you talk about interconnectedness, I feel like myself and the participants, we've all felt all the more grounded. But once we leave our rooms, it becomes a bit more difficult to remember that. Suddenly it becomes me and them, me and my world, and then the environment. And it becomes so easy to go back to mainstream consumption because for the most part, it is how systems are built now. So how might we entice everyday consumers and perhaps also, I don't know, big businesses, organizations, governments to respect this seed sovereignty and our biodiversity. As you mentioned, 70% of our food is created by small shareholder farms, but I would imagine the vast percentage of them that are under big corporations that produce majority, I mean, that sell, not produce, but sell majority of our food and our or at least use our produce for raw materials for their processed products. So how might we bring about this message? And for me, it's more of like a mindset and a worldview of interconnectedness, of seed sovereignty, to um, to make it mainstream. As you said, advocacy is about really providing an alternative. So how might we do that?
Well, there are multiple answers to that, and there are multiple facets to tackle. I think I've said this to my to the coach to my coachees actually. When creating solutions, it's always about considering what elements there are in your system and making sure that each element has multiple functions and each function is backed up by multiple elements. That's the first part. But to really honor and to really understand how we are interconnected, that entails behavior and a paradigm shift. So to do that, we have social media. We could possibly have education drives. We could involve as many people in the communities as possible. In fact, I think one of the best things that happened recently, and that people in the U.S. and here in the Philippines have done, is the Arms to Farms program. I don't know if you're familiar with that. The Arms to Farms program is taking, because see, there's a war-torn area in Mindanao. I think it's Kauswagan or something like that. I forget the name right now, but it starts with a K. And then what happened is that there have been wars in that area for a couple of decades now. And when this new mayor came in, he brought them all together by letting them farm. And so we have to understand that when we touch the soil, we are actually starting to get reconnected to nature. You know, eating is actually one of the most intimate acts that you can have with nature, because especially people in the cities, you don't really see a lot of trees and plants anymore. I mean, you have, of course, but it's not as ubiquitous as in other areas, right? And so that's one of the most intimate acts you can have with nature. And again, it goes back to the theory of change. You have to not just count the outputs, but you have to count the outcomes. And the outcomes are the behavior changes that actually produce more outputs. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yes, definitely, and for sure, it's a long road ahead. Especially when we talk about behavior change, systemic change, changing worldviews. It's about, it's not the tip; it's the very underbelly of the iceberg. So you have to go through all of these different levels when we talk about it. So it takes a lot. And as you said, it's multifaceted. Perhaps the reason why there are a lot of answers to the question is because there are a lot of solutions to the challenges that we have to weave together systemically in order to make work for each other. So, Karen, thank you so much for being here. I've honestly learned a lot, and I'm sure all the participants have. I feel like they'd also be replaying your recording once it's published outside. So, really, again, thank you. We appreciate your time, all the work you're doing, and we hope that one way or another, whether it be through Climathon or not, we could bring seed libraries and even more urban gardens, not just in Pasig, but in all other cities and municipalities in the Philippines. So again, thank you so much, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. And thank you to the organizers for creating such a very cool and very smooth running event. All right. Thanks very much. You have a good day.
All right. Bye. Okay, guys, we are down to the last workshop. Kumbaga sa basketball, last 2 minutes na of the ball game at Sana energized pa rin kayo, pumped up. I know with my brothers, um, during the fourth quarter, they raised their hands to signal four, which I do believe reminds them that this is the last. This is the last mile that they'd have to run, and that it's all or nothing. It's now or never. I know you guys still have tomorrow, but for the workshops, at the very least, this is the last one you'll have. So last 2 minutes na. Keep at it, keep learning, keep taking down notes. If you have any questions, ask in the Q&A chat box so we can get to it. If you're like me, I don't usually ask questions. I'm not sure if you believe that at this point, but I don't usually ask questions during panel discussions. If you're like me, who usually processes things before I do ask questions, you can always ask the mentors, the coaches, the organizers, myself, or of course the speakers via our Slack channel. And before I head on to our last, but again, definitely not the least, panelist workshop facilitator, allow me to just acknowledge the fact that Climathon Pasig has been chosen as one of 3 flagship cities around the world hosting top-notch climathons. So, diba, we're not only amazing in and by ourselves, because of course we all are. Just the fact that us being here is happening is pretty amazing. But the fact that we're also recognized globally by the Global Climathon Organization is a nod, not just to our organizers, to Carla, to Sheena, to Future Proof and all that, but also to each and every one of you here who showed up, who continually shows up, and who I'm sure would provide us with amazing solutions tomorrow. So alongside other cities such as Berlin in Germany and Curitiba in Brazil, Pasig in the Philippines has been recognized as one of the top 3 flagship cities providing world-class and amazing climathons this weekend. So with that, I'd like to give a really nice and quick applause to each and every one of you guys for being here. And with that, I would definitely want to hand the floor over to none other than Carla Mumar, who was your host yesterday and who is the owner and organizer of Climathon Philippines and Climathon Pasig, as she talks to you about local bayanihan. So I wonder what that means. Sorry, not local bayanihan, but bayanihan innovation. But in any case, I do wonder what that means. So Carla, CEO and founder of Scale Solutions and the person responsible for the Climathon PH today, I hand over the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Chantel, and it's such a pleasure to be here to talk to all of you. And for all the Climathoners out there, I'm so excited to share some of our insights to you about Bayanihan and innovation. So again, I'm Carla Mumar. So I am the founder and CEO of Scale Solutions. We are a social impact and innovation company. And definitely after my presentation, I'm looking forward to hearing more about your questions, and I would be more than happy to answer them. So here is what we're going to talk about today about Bayanihan innovation. Okay, so for today, Bayanihan innovation. What is Bayanihan innovation, right? 2 words that all of us have heard and have used a number of times. For us Filipinos, especially during the pandemic, when the COVID-19 pandemic happened, everyone was, saying na grabe the bayanihan efforts of the Filipinos. Everyone's just really helping each other out, doing whatever they can to just bring back hope and just to help, people around them. And today, what we're going to focus on is how do you integrate both concepts and how do you change those concepts of bayanihan and innovation to really practical and tangible, ways. So what is bayanihan, right? So if you look at this picture, you can see, so many different Filipinos, young and old, moms, dads, titos and titas, just coming together. They all have, like, some of them are carrying crops, have animals with them. The mothers are carrying the children, and the men are lifting, the houses. And I think you have, Lola there just enjoying the scenery, diba? Back in the day, Bayanihan was literally, the community bringing, lifting, carrying the houses from one location to the other. This is when a family had to move for whatever reason. Um, so if you notice, like back in the day, the houses had like like a frame at the bottom, like maybe it can be made of wood, or like I think for the most part it's made of bamboos. Now people can literally carry and lift it, in an even and balanced way. And bayanihan, it means being a bayan. So bayan, like a community, a city. And again, it's commonly used to refer as a strong spirit of communal unity and cooperation. Strong spirit, okay? And I think the Filipino spirit, the Filipino bayanihan, has never been stronger, as how we've seen it now in the COVID-19 pandemic, in a span of like how many years and decades has, even back in the time of Bonifacio and Jose Rizal. This one is just like, for me, living in this time and age, to see bayanihan efforts, both from the public and private sectors, are truly like amazing. And I just wanted to like reiterate that to everyone, to remember what bayanihan is. And that is really part of the Filipino culture, of our Filipino DNA. Before I move on to the next one, one of the things that I remember growing up, that it's natural for us to just really help each other out. I remember in elementary, um, people would always say that, "Oh, were you a bully?" I said, like, I bully the bullies. For me, when I was young, that was my context of bayanihan, was helping the ones who were being bullied, by the others. And I would really do whatever it takes, even even get sent to the principal's office, because I was defending these, other students, or other people. Even whether it's in the playground or like in the classroom, I would never even have a second thought or doubt if I should help or defend them, regardless of what the consequences were. And I guess, like, as a young as a young girl who was, who really sees a lot of, these challenges, or these, bad things happening, I just really could not do anything. And I think part of the whole bayanihan spirit is not being quiet and not being apathetic to what's happening in our surroundings. Bayanihan comes in different scales, different forms. It doesn't have to be something huge. It can be like, you saw, an injured maya, a bird, and you try to help them. That's a form of bayanihan spirit, because you're helping, a living thing, right? Helping your parents with your daily chores, right? When you're young, and even I hope you're still helping your parents now. That's bayanihan spirit. So what I'm trying to, illustrate here is that bayanihan is in our DNA. Bayanihan is truly just helping one another without asking for anything in return. It's true, genuine passion and willingness to want to help and make a difference in that person's life, and also pursuing, helping for a good cause that will have a direct social impact and benefit to a community, to a city, to your business, even to the world. So just keep that in mind, okay? So if you don't know the definition of bayanihan, it's so easy to Google. But if there's one thing that you should remember, it's really doing whatever it takes to help for a good cause without asking for anything in return. The next one is about innovation, right? And later on, we will merge, both concepts together. So for innovation, it's really about having all of these creative, out of this world, out of the box ideas, wherein you are empowered to really develop and implement all of these wonderful innovations and ideas in your mind to improve life on this planet. And when we say improve life on the planet, we're not just talking about, the climate, or, the environment. life on the planet is, life at home, life in school, life at work, our existence, right? We have to innovate. Like, for example, we're seeing a lot of challenges left and right. Whether it's about mobility, about the climate, about like even problems at home, as simple as if you have a flat tire and you don't have one of those little pump thingies. So I'm sorry, I don't know what you call those things, but and then you try to find a way how to lift the car and replace the tire. That's innovation. We actually take it for granted a lot of times what innovation is and our capability and capacity to innovate as human beings. Even animals, they innovate. And if you observe them, like for example, if you look at ants, how they build, their colonies and how they can lift like what 100 times or 1,000 times more than their weight. It's truly fascinating. Up to the point, even the termites. Okay, I had an encounter with termites. How innovative they are in just making sure that their species, survive and how they really work. And for us, there's so many things that we innovate we don't even know. Like, if you know the jeepney, sobrang innovative idea yan ng Pilipino kasi after the war, when the US left all of these, jeeps, right? Maliit lang yun eh. Sa kanila before, it was probably half of what the length of the jeepney now is. Ang ginawa ng mga Filipino, ito, pwede itong maging sasakyan, pero kailangan mas madaming makasakay. O di hinabaan nila, di ba? Now, the jeepney now is a symbol of, Filipino transportation or just Filipinos, like the country itself. It's known worldwide. The colorful designs of our jeepneys, and their the way they drive, talagang very innovative din mag-drive. So if you look at it, ingenuity and innovation has been part of our culture and our our story as a country, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Okay, so for example, like now, because of the pandemic, the IDEATHON, the Climathon Pasig IDEATHON, is done 100% remotely. That's innovation, that we can figure out a way to engage with everyone. So hi guys, diba? Engage na ba tayo? Let's lock in, diba? So we can interact. There are different groups. There's Facebook, there's Slack. I love Slack. So like how to communicate and engage and share ideas, share our thoughts, and just also encourage and support each other through all of those emoticons. That's innovation. And we are really taking it for granted or not really seeing that it's actually part of our daily lives. But and before I just go and ramble, just take a moment, right? Take a moment and think about what creativity or how did I innovate this week, diba? If you're a mom, sometimes pag yung mga anak nyo, like sabi, ma, pwede ibang klaseng adobo naman, hindi yung ganito palagi. Tapos you will add pineapples. I've heard of recipes ng adobo na may pineapples. Yung iba may potatoes, may iba may tomatoes, may adobo sa puti, 'di ba? May adobo sa ano pa ba? Gata. So that's part of ingenuity and innovation. And these little things, affect how everyone's lives become better, right? And I'm not gonna go into like all the nitty-gritty of that. Definitely, you guys can ask me later. But that's just a way of looking at innovation. Innovation is not just about technology. Technology enhances ideas, helps us to make it more efficient and relevant also at times. But innovation is really about looking at ideas that will be relevant, effective, and really applicable in line with a culture, a society, and to a certain problem in the social space, that will have a direct impact, positive impact to addressing the problems that they're facing. So that's what innovation is. And as you can see that I'm very passionate about this, that I really want you guys to really understand what we're looking at here, because the two concepts of bayanihan and innovation I think it's the perfect balance of in like embedding our culture, our story, our history, and to moving it into like the whole digital world, right? The whole innovation space, technology, and how the new and the old merge together. And that's what's very, very important. So think about that bayanihan, like if you can recall when you were younger, or even today, ano yung nagawa nyo na you felt na you just really wanted to help, di ba? I'm sure a lot of you got involved in raising funds, to help with the COVID pandemic, problems in our country. Also helping the frontliners, helping, from medical frontliners to the security guards, to the people, working even in our local governments, the janitors, the ones who are cleaning the buildings and keeping us all like safe. I'm sure you've helped. There's so many people who really found other innovative, creative ways to put in that bayanihan effort. And I want you guys to remember that what you've seen and how it feels, because if you remember exactly that moment, that experience, the likelihood of you being able to replicate that and continue it regardless of what the current situation is will be higher. Okay. And don't limit yourselves, guys. Young or old today, anyone can help, someone, anyone can innovate. And all we need to do is really work together, and help each other out, to bring these ideas to life. So there are just very simple things that I want you to remember for you to really practice bayanihan innovation. The first point is purpose. Know why you want to solve a problem, why you want to help, and what are your true intentions. Knowing your why, answering that, are you doing this because parang it's the in thing, or do you truly genuinely just want to help, right? So you have to understand that bayanihan innovation is not just in one space. It can be in multiple spaces and industries. It's not just about climate, it's not just about education. This bayanihan innovation starts from the home. So you start from yourself, you look at your why. Why do you really want to solve it, diba? Is it because you're getting irritated, or it's because there's an impact to your family or to yourself, or you're seeing the impact, in your community. You're seeing the impact in our country. You have to be able to identify this yourself, not because someone told you or because you heard it from someone else. It has to come from your heart. That's where bayanihan innovation comes in. Your purpose is that passion, that burning passion in your heart, why you want to help, why you want to drive positive change and create that lasting sustainable impact. So that's number one, purpose. The second one is grit. So grit, maybe some of you have heard of it. It's basically your resilience, your determination. And one of my favorites, like my all-time idol, I wish I could talk to her. Hello, future proof. Is Angela Duckworth, right? So she is the woman who really exudes grit and really studied it, and she's like the thought leader of grit. I can talk about grit for hours, but I'm not gonna do that. Okay. But remember, this is not a marathon. Bayanihan innovation, our lives, it's not a marathon. It's a marathon rather. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Hindi tayo nag-uunahan. A marathon is long distance running, right? For you to be able to sustain yourself. So it's like and a marathon usually is so you train, and then sometimes may marathon na parang cross country. There's a marathon na parang you pass the baton. So you have to understand this is for long term. Grit is about long-term goals, right? That you're able to do and sustain. You have to be ready to face extreme challenges head on. Quitting is not an option. That's something you have to understand about grit. So you really do whatever it takes. When we started Climathon last year, definitely, I'm sure Trish, the GM for Future Proof, would remember that when I asked her if Future Proof can be part of Climathon, and I said like, Trish, this is not like something that we will earn from. And then I really casted the vision to it, and then seeing how they really helped us really showed the determination of really wanting to drive change and to take climate action. And even for all the different partners and people who were involved in the very first Climathon last year in Pasig City, we saw true bayanihan coming together, small and large businesses coming together, joining, participating, donating food, water, donating like lending us, the sound systems, the tables and the chairs, everything there. We didn't really spend anything. It was everyone coming together to make the event possible. And just to let you guys know, we're on the second Climathon for Pasig this year, and I'm still amazed because we really saw the fruits of the Bayanihan innovation come together, and it started last year. And the fact that you're here now, you're part of that. You're part of that legacy that will be able to sustain, driving positive change, not just through the environment, but other social issues that we're facing today that needs to be addressed. So grit, guys, is I can definitely share with you guys something that Angela Duckworth had, which is a grit assessment. It's free. You just need to take a few minutes of your time, and then you'll see how gritty you are as an individual. And definitely grit can be honed, it can be learned. It's not a natural talent or skill for everyone, but you can learn it. But you need to be determined. You need to be persistent in pursuing this grittiness. And that's in line with your purpose, like what we talked about earlier, right? Your purpose and grit go hand in hand. They can't be not balanced at all. So grit, also another way of looking at it is that what is that one thing that no matter what, you will do whatever it takes, right? You protect your family. Even like for animals, like they really protect their babies, they protect their home. So always think of it in that way. What is that one thing that I'm very passionate about, that I really want to help solve, and I will do whatever it takes to make it happen? Of course, make sure it's always legally and you're doing the right thing. Okay. Just to remind, keep that in mind. The third one is, of course, innovation. So challenge yourselves to think BHAG. Okay. So this is from the book of John Collins. So BHAG is big, hairy, audacious goals. So when you think of like big, hairy, audacious goals, ano ba to? Diba? Things that are out of this world, things that have never been thought of, very unique, very different talaga. So Filipinos are so creative and innovative na we should never limit ourselves na ito lang yung kaya. Or kasi hindi naman existing yan, so why are we going to even try and come up with a solution or an idea for that? That's why BHAG comes in, like the innovation part. If something does not exist, it does not mean that it cannot happen. How many inventions have been out there, right? People thought that the world was flat until it wasn't, right? So even cars, who knew that we would have automobiles? Who knew we could actually fly a plane, right? And who knew that within 24 hours we can go from like one country to the other, some even less than 24 hours. That's innovation. No one really thought about it, that it was possible, but there were people who dared to dream big, hairy, audacious goals. So when you're coming up with your ideas now, do not limit yourselves. Do not say, ay, wala pa nag-iisip ng ganyan. Ay, hindi ko kaya to. Do not look at what you can do now. Look at the big picture and see your resources and the potential of it. Because that's where the Bayanihan innovation comes in. You're not doing this alone. That's why we've asked you to collaborate and partner and build your teams, and you have access to these coaches and experts, and you have all of these workshops because you're not in this alone. We're doing this together as one. That's Bayanihan. What we're doing here now is Bayanihan. And we're just doing it remotely, right? So that's where innovation comes in as well. And when something doesn't work, always remember that for the most part, there's always a better, more relevant, efficient, and creative way to solve a problem. Hindi lang siya one way. You can have multiple ways to solve a problem. That's why it's good to collaborate and ask for different ideas, learn from different people. And with this Climathon, that's what's going to happen. You will learn ideas and really get to exchange ideas from different people, different experts, different industries. That really excites me because Bayanihan innovation will be limitless if we really embrace this kind of ideathon, this kind of mindset. And the fourth one, humihinga pa ako, guys. Talagang excited lang talaga ako kasi I want to make sure that you guys really get to understand this point and for you to see your potential. Your potential, guys, is up the sky, right? The sky is not the limit. Usually people say the sky is the limit. The sky is not the limit, right? You yourself put the limit in your ideas. So do not put a limit to your ideas because you guys can do so much, okay? The universe, the different galaxies would probably be the limit. And that's thousands and thousands upon thousands of galaxies, right? We're not going to get into that science. But the fourth one is Bayanihan. So ito, Bayanihan, help and ask for help. Hindi lang ito puro ikaw ang tutulong, ikaw lang magbibigay. Umingi ka rin ng tulong, okay? I think that's one of the things that I love to do, humingi ng tulong. And asking for help really showcases that you are acknowledging that you can't do it alone. So whether you're asking help from your friends, your family, from your colleagues, even from whatever higher being you believe in, like me, I ask help from God. We all need a helping hand. We all need a shoulder to cry on and lean on, diba? And that's part of Bayanihan, that spirit, that human side of things. Kasi sometimes with all this technology, with all the problems happening, we forget na we also need time to recuperate. We also need time to get advice, to be mentored, to be coached. We also need time to be corrected. And that will only happen if we really ask for help. No one can read minds, okay? So it's important that you speak out and say, hey, I'm struggling here. Hey, I need help in creating this idea. And that's where all these collaboration and partnerships happen. Don't think of, ay, hindi naman ako business. Ay, hindi naman ako kilala. Been there, done that, guys. Scale is not a big business. I am not a celebrity or a known person. But when you try to cast the vision and the mission of what you're trying to do, and you share it to the people, and really let them understand the purpose and why you're trying to do this, I tell you, people would be flocking, organizations will go and help you. They will see how genuine you are in really wanting to help and make an impact. So just make sure that, with Bayanihan, keep in mind, hindi lang ito, dito lang to sa private sector, hindi. It's bringing the public and the private sectors together, setting aside all our differences, gearing towards one goal. So for this Climathon, what is our goal? Is to really address the food security, making sure that all Pasigueños have access to nutritious, safe, affordable, and sustainable food at all times. That is our design challenge, and that is our call to action. And what are you guys going to do about it, right? You guys are here to ideate and collaborate. And again, I am super, super excited to hear and see everyone's ideas. So make sure, guys, you think of these things. And the last part, I think it's the last one. Parang nakalimutan ko ata yung slides ko, no? So the last one is now. The time to take action to address problems that have a direct impact and threaten life and our existence is now. You don't wait anymore. We don't have time. Especially like me, I'm a middle-aged woman. All right, so the clock is ticking. I have to make sure I do my part in addressing whatever, challenges or social issues that I want to address and help solve. So like this one for the Climathon, the time to take climate action is now because it is a climate emergency. So this Climathon Ideathon is gearing towards taking climate action, addressing that there is a climate emergency on food security. And I want to stress that out to everyone so that you know how important and relevant your ideas are for this Ideathon. Not just for Pasig City, but definitely for other cities and for our entire country. So use this as a stepping stone. This is not your destination. This is the stepping stone to take climate action and bring things forward, not just to Pasig, but to other cities, to other barangays, to everywhere in the Philippines and even to the world. So you can do it starting today. And you've already done it by taking part here on the Climathon Ideathon. So I just wanted to acknowledge my sources, no? But anyway, I hope those 4 very simple points are very clear to you guys. So just to quickly go back to it is Bayanihan innovation is really about your purpose, your grit, innovation, bayanihan, and it's now. So sorry, that's 5 points, okay? So it's 5 points. So and it's now. So those very 5 simple points are very, very critical. And I hope that you guys really learned something about it. And I'm looking forward to hearing your questions, and I'd be more than happy to answer them shortly.
All right. Thank you so much,
Ay.
Carla, for that. Bayanihan innovation. Promise, guys, hindi kami mag-overtime this time. Parang wala pa ata kaming pag-usap ni Carla na sumakto talaga sa time limit. Pero this one, we will make an exception for. So thank you, Carla, for that. By the way, how are you feeling about Climathon right now? And the teams, how are the teams doing?
Yeah. Very excited with Climathon this year. For Climathon Pasig, we have almost 200. I think almost 200 registrants, participants, and a lot of those participants are just really eager to learn, about climate change, about food security, and just really collaborating and partnering and seeing what projects they can do. A big portion of that also are people who just really like to come up and build ideas and solutions. So it's really a good mix. And that's what we're really trying to do for Climathon Pasig and for Climathon Philippines in general, is to really bring people together and take, be the change and drive the change and take that bayanihan innovation for climate action.
I do have a question here. How do we bring Climathon to other cities?
Yes, that's a great question, and I'm glad that you guys asked that. You can send us a direct message on Slack or even on social media so that we can schedule a call with you, and then we'll take it from there. We'll help you create your Climathon in your cities.
On the Bayanihan innovation, Carla, tell us more about it, because I think it has a lot to do with, servant leadership, other-centered calling. So why call it Bayanihan innovation? And is it something, do you think it's something that's, primarily Filipino, or just something that we see present in Filipinos but is also present everywhere else?
Well, I guess there are different parts of that question. No, pinapahirapan mo ako. Okay, so I guess the first part really is, I'm sure the concept, people are aware of that, but the terminology bayanihan innovations, I really brought into space and under Scale Solution, which is my startup. So the whole concept of bayanihan innovation is really me experiencing myself and seeing it through my eyes, how Filipinos really help each other, whether there's a disaster or in a crisis. We just really go out of our way, so it's really part of our DNA. It's culturally, natural to us. We just don't really see it, or acknowledge it all the time. But definitely this type of behavior can be seen anywhere in the world. I'm just bringing it back home to empower Filipinos that bayanihan innovation is something that's, with us, and something that we can do not just in our country, but even across the world.
And I think it's something that is very much being cultivated today. With Climathon, what we're really doing is we're not only focusing on innovations, ideas, but we're doing it with a purpose. We're doing it with the reason that is founded not on ourselves or on our own glory, but more so on a problem that is affecting millions of Filipinos and also, of course, fellow human beings worldwide. So this really is a really nice breeding ground or a cultivating ground for Bayanihan innovation, which we hope all participants will take with them, even as Climathon ends. But beyond Climathon, Carla, I know only one team would be crowned the winner. What else could other teams do? Whether in conjunction with Climathon Pasig or Climathon Global, or maybe beyond Climathon, so as to continue this, this manifestation of the Bayanihan innovation.
Okay. So I guess first things first, Climathon, in general, yes, there's a global Climathon day that happens once a year. But the whole Climathon initiative doesn't stop there. So for all the teams that, or participants who joined, even from last year, we're really building this community that, if let's say, your pitch or your idea doesn't get chosen, it doesn't mean that you can't do anything or it ends there. That's why we built this community. Right now it's on Slack channel. For the rest of the, for the others, we'll definitely bring you in. Just message us. We're building an ecosystem of Bayanihan innovation. So that will allow everyone's ideas to move forward and collaborate with different people or organizers and even the different LGUs. Kasi it's talagang kailangan tulong-tulong na talaga tayo eh. We really need to set aside our differences, no matter what it is, because we're facing the same problem around the world. So that's why we're building this community, just strengthening that Bayanihan innovation ecosystem.
That's absolutely amazing. And I think one of the taglines of Climathon states, we move forward and we're stronger together. So really, I remember in one of the conferences I attended a couple of years back, they like to call I guess the interactions between members of the impact space as something that is ano yun, parang collab-petition or competition. Basta gano, they try to merge cooperation, collaboration, and competition. Kasi nga in this space, it doesn't matter necessarily as much if you don't win the competition, or if, I don't know, you have a lot of direct competitors or competitors in the impact space, because if one is succeeding, everyone else by virtue of that enterprise's purpose is winning. And so really we're trying to collaborate, go for partnerships and collaborations, guys, because it's more than just talking to new people. It's actually expanding your markets, expanding your impact, expanding your innovations and whatnot. And I think this is really the perfect opportunity to start on that. My journey towards impact and change making started because of a case competition. It was because of the HALT prize. And that led me to, I don't know, a lot of summits, conferences, opportunities. And it showed me that everything is bigger than what we have now or who we are now. And I hope this is something you guys pursue. I know, Carla, this rings true for you as well, which is why you brought it here. I just
wanted to add really, Climathon is not about the event or the competition. It's about taking action. So even scale, we're very particular about action, implementation. So that's why this is only the beginning, guys. This is not the end game. Okay, Avengers. All right, this is not the end game. This is a stepping stone to move towards, and driving change, taking climate action. And I know there are different other social issues, but specifically for Climathon, this is your stepping stone. You don't look at yourselves as competitors. You're basically all just, pushing this giant boulder in front of us. And kailangan more than one person ang magtulak nyon. So the fact that you joined Climathon as a participant to bring in ideas, as a participant to learn and watch and to collaborate and enjoy the workshops, you're already, on that, you made that first step. And usually the first step is the hardest to do. And I just want to challenge everyone na, we're one body. Eh. Not everyone can be the neck, not everyone can be the head or the eyes. All of us have an important part to play in driving change. Whether it's about climate, about human rights, about education, anything like that. All of us have a part to play. And so like now for the climate emergency, for Climathon Pasig, we're really declaring a climate emergency. And we are challenging everyone, regardless if you're from Pasig or not, to really take action and be involved with your communities, with your local government, support all of these other advocacies, to take, climate action and drive climate change and to really help, our country. We're getting so affected with all of this. So, get out of your comfort zone. It's I know it's uncomfortable, but that's why it's important and that's why the importance of coming together is here. That's why the community is here. This Bayanihan innovation ecosystem is here to really help each and every one of us.
I don't think anyone could have said it any better, Carla. And thank you for ending all of our workshops and, of course, our today's program on that very, very high but inspirational note and call to action. So with that, we just want to give a few last reminders before we let you guys go. This has to do with, of course, the criteria again for tomorrow's pitches as well as for submitting the pitches yourselves. So again, Zoom is our main platform for the panel workshops and all of that. But for communicating with the experts, the coaches, with your teammates, as well as myself and Carla, you guys, please do make sure you're on Slack and utilize Slack as much as you can. You never know what possibilities can be opened via Slack. I would know. Suggested tools, of course, you're not limited to Slack. You can always use Google Meet, Zoom, Discord, use Google Drive, PowerPoint, Canva, Google Slides, Spreadsheet, if that's still your thing. Use whatever it is you need to use and do what you need to do in order to, prepare as much as you can and submit the best pitch you can tomorrow. Criteria, again, connection to the challenge, local relevance, development potential, and transformative potential. Make sure that you touch on those via your pitch. But here's a tip. You don't need to actually outline them. Don't do that, please. State your pitch the same way you would tell a story. And if you do that, and if you do so in such a way that outlines how your solution solves the problem and fills the insight you have with regard to the gap in the problem, then all of these would sort itself out. Also, team dynamics and all is another important criteria. So you may not all answer the questions. Some of you might, but try to make it as interactive and as cohesive as possible. And yeah, if someone says something, wag niyong barahin. Parang minus points yun, guys. So yes, and of course, don't forget, once the videos are posted, have people like it, thumbs up, because those are what we will be counting by up until 3 p.m. tomorrow. Next, lastly, just to remind you guys again, submit your pitch in the following format. 1, a 6-slide presentation in PDF, and a 3-minute video presentation. Kayo bahala sa format, sa pitching, sa sa movie effects, but submit it via a YouTube link. Afterwards, make sure you submit those via the Google form present. So both of which you would submit via the Google form, which also is available on Slack, should you forget. All pitch presentations must be submitted before 12 noon tomorrow. Actually, you can submit it earlier, but no more than 12 noon. And again, each group's presentations will be posted on the official Climathon Philippines Facebook page. So please have people like it. Sayang yung 5%. Every vote counts. But by 3 p.m., we will stop the count. So, yun lang. Good luck to each and every one of you. I know this is the final hurrah, the last mile before you all submit your pitches and, of course, answer to our judges late afternoon tomorrow.
Just wanted to tell everyone that Climathon Pasig was chosen as one of the 3 flagship cities around the world hosting top-notch climathons. So the other cities are Berlin, Germany, and Curitiba, Brazil. So it's really amazing that Climathon Pasig was really chosen as part of their top-notch climathons happening around the world. So see you guys on Slack. And remember, in the evenings, we do have some stress busters. At 8 o'clock tonight, we'll be opening the same Zoom link. So if you have also questions, additional questions, we'll be there to answer them. Thank you, guys. And go and hack away.
One last, we do have yoga. So if you're not that keen on stressing out just yet, we would be playing a yoga session for all of you guys to practice. Ingat lang, we will not be reliable pag may nahulog at hindi sinalo. Tandaan nyo, mag-isa kayo dyan sa kwarto ninyo. Kaya hindi namin kasalanan pag nahulog kayo. Please practice at your own risk, but also it's a very calming experience, which I think all of you would benefit from, so long as, again, you know your boundaries. So yes, yoga right after this, and then afterwards go and stress out as much as you can. See you guys soon.
Bye.
Union Bank of the Philippines' best digital bank. In the recent Bank Quality Consumer Survey on retail banks last April, we were ranked number 2 of the most helpful banks in Asia Pacific during the COVID-19 crisis and is the only Philippine bank in the top 20 list. Because of the pandemic, it has become crucial that our products and services quickly adapt to the challenges presented in this new digital normal.
Hi everyone, this is Lei and welcome to today's yoga session. So there are 3 things that I would always tell my class before we start. So first is to be safe. This includes your surroundings, your movement, and your space. Please make sure that wherever you are, you have a safe space for your practice. You have extra room for movement, and make sure that if something feels off or painful, then you just stop. Come back to a seated position or any comfortable position for you and skip that pose or that kind of movement. If you have any injuries, please make sure that you listen to your body and only do what is allowed for you and actually what feels right or what feels good for you. So today's practice is all about that. What makes us feel good and happy. Next is to be kind to yourself first. So this is about your thoughts, your words, and your actions that you direct towards yourself, towards your body. So for those of you who will be practicing yoga for the first time, please remember to be gentle with yourself. Everything takes practice, and you showing up today is already enough. Be kind and practice compassion towards yourself. So if there's a pose you cannot do yet, that's totally fine. You can skip it. You can opt for the easier version. That is totally fine. Once we start practicing kindness and compassion towards ourselves, it becomes a lot easier to practice these towards others as well. So for today, always opt for what feels right and what feels good for you. And lastly, I mentioned this a while ago, be happy. May it be right from the beginning of our practice or towards the end of the class, as long as you find that happiness within you for being just in the present moment, for just showing up, let's celebrate what your body can do and what your mind and heart can achieve today and for the remaining days that we have for this climathon. We're here today to practice yoga because it personally feels great for me and I want to share that with you. And then hopefully all the physical and non-physical benefits of yoga would come as we go along. So there, be safe, be kind, and be happy. So are you ready? Unroll your mats or clear your space and let's get started. I'll see you guys on the mat. So let's begin. So go to your mat or on the floor and then sit as comfortably as you can with your legs crossed, hands on your knees, and let's get ready. All right. So let's begin by relaxing our bodies this morning. So take a deep breath, inhale, and exhale through your nose. Let's do that two more times. Inhale, and exhale. One last time, inhale, and exhale. So right now, I want you to just be aware of your body. Where are you holding any tension right now? And just try to let it go. Move your shoulders up and down, perhaps. Make circles with your head to loosen that tension on your neck, on your shoulders. Make small movements with your upper body to loosen your tension, maybe that you're feeling on your back. And then we'll try to wake our bodies up so that we can entertain more creativity, more innovation, and more enthusiasm with what we are supposed to do for these coming few days during the Climathon. All right. So on your next inhale, bring both hands up. Hands touch over your head. And exhale. Hands down on your side. Fingertips brushing through the floor. Two more times of that. Inhale, hands up. Palms touch. And exhale. Hands down on your side. Do this slowly and mindfully. One last time, everyone. Inhale, hands up. You may look at your hands as they touch over your head. And exhale, hands down on your side. Now this time, let's stretch your side. This is one part of the body that we tend to ignore most of the time. So let's just give it a bit of a stretch. So left hand remains on the floor. You can stretch it out as far as you can, fingertips or palm on the floor. Then raise your right hand up. Inhale, reach up as high as you can. And exhale, reach over to your leg, maybe your elbow a bit. If your elbow can touch the floor, that's fine. But if not, this is totally fine too, as long as you feel that stretch coming from your hip right up to your fingertips. Let's stay here in 5 breaths. Inhale and exhale 1. Inhale, exhale 2. You can look at the front. You can look at your hand. and 3, 4, and 5. Next inhale, bring your right hand up. And exhale, rest your right hand down on your right side. There you go. So whatever we do on one side, we'll do on the other. But right now, try making circles with your shoulders and try to see if that loosened up your muscles a bit. So hopefully that helped you. So let's do that on the other side. Inhale, left hand all the way up. Try to reach up as high as you can. And exhale, bend over to the right side. Again, you can look forward or you can look over your left hand. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Inhale, go back up. And exhale, let your left hand rest on your side. There you go. Now this time, bring your right hand up again. Inhale. And exhale, hold on to your left knee. And then move your left hand behind you. Inhale, look forward. And exhale, twist to the left. Or if this is available to you, you can go twist some more and look behind you. Make sure that your hips are still aligned. It's just your upper body twisting. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, inhale, look forward. And exhale, let go of your twist. And rest your hands beside you again. Let's do that on the other side. Inhale, left hand goes up. Exhale, left hand touches or holds your right knee. Right hand goes behind you. Take a deep breath again. Inhale, look forward. And exhale, twist to the right. Again, this is option 1. You can choose look at your right side. Or if this is available to you, twist some more and look behind you. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Slowly look forward as you inhale. And exhale, let go of your twist. There you go. So our upper body is already, hopefully, has already loosened up a bit, right? Okay, so now everyone, I want you to place your hands in front of you, touching the floor. And then as you take a deep breath, look forward. You can push the floor away from you. And then exhale, pulling your hands forward as far as you can. So this is fine. So here, you can relax your head. Make sure, again, that your hips are still aligned. You're still sitting comfortably. But for those who can or who want to try, you can move your hands a bit more forward. And if you can move some more. For those who can rest their elbows down on the floor, you can do that. You can let your head hang here so that it's relaxed. For those who can, or again, who want to try, you can bring your forehead down on the floor. And stay here for 5 breaths again. 5, 4, 3. Again, this one is fine. 2, and 1. Now slowly crawl your hands back until you're sitting upright. There you go. Now, everyone, hands on the floor. I'll go to my side. You can go to your front as long as you end up on your hands and on your knees. All right? So here you can have your toes tucked or untucked. So it's up to you. What's more important for me is your hips are right over your knees and your shoulders are right above your wrist. All right. Then we'll just do a couple of cats and cows. So let's start with cow. So when you inhale, bring your head up, bring your belly down as if something is pulling it down. Then bring your hips up. It's like you're creating a curve, a happy, a smiling curve. So inhale, look up, belly down. This is your cow pose. And then when you exhale, curve your back like an angry cat, bringing your head down, perhaps looking at your navel or your knees. So one more time, inhale to cow, push the mat away from you, look up, belly down, and exhale, still pushing the mat away from you, but this time curving your back like an angry cat. Let's do that one more time. Inhale to cow, look up, belly down, and exhale to your cat pose, like an angry cat, curving your back to neutralize your spine. Next, inhale, go back to your tabletop, neutral spine only. Now this time, exhale here, again, push the mat away from you, all right? Look forward, and then stretch your right foot backwards. So lengthen your right leg, all right? You can just play a bit here, moving forward or back, stretching, all right? And then on your next inhale, bring your right leg up. And then as you exhale, step it outside the left side of your mat. And then look over your left shoulder. You'll feel that stretch right over here, your right hip. And also, this kind of feels good for your lower back. So you can look over your left shoulder. Look at your right foot. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next inhale, look forward. Bring your right leg up. And exhale, bring your right knee down, back to your tabletop. Then let's do that on the left side. So inhale, push the mat away from you, look forward, stretch your left leg backwards. You can have some kind of movement over here if that feels good for you. And then on your next inhale, bring your left leg up. And exhale, step it outside the right side of your mat. Look over your right shoulders. You can look at your left foot. As you stay here in 5 breaths again. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next inhale, look forward, lift your left leg, exhale, left knee down. At this point, I think we deserve the child's pose. All right, so push yourself backwards, sit on your heels, and then reach forward as far as you can. Bring your forehead down on the floor or on the mat. And just breathe here and enjoy this nice stretch. So reach as far as you can forward, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Inhale, look forward, and then bring yourself up again to your tabletop, and exhale here. All right, so now we're really going to wake our bodies up, all right? So tuck your toes. On your next inhale, lift your knees maybe an inch or maybe a couple of inches away from the floor and stay here. All right? Again, this is just an option. You can stay on your tabletop for this one, but for those who can, for those who want to challenge their bodies this morning, lift again, stay here, hold your core. So it's like as if your navel wants to stay really, really close to your spine. All right. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Now this time, try to see if you can push your chest close to your thighs. Bring your head in between your arms. You can have your knees bent here. You can stay on your tiptoes, or you can try bringing your heels down behind you and then pushing your heels down on the floor and then pushing your chest closer to your thighs. This is your downward facing dog. You can pedal your feet here to release any tension in your hamstrings. All right. So again, this is an option. You can here. You can stay here with your knees bent. And then very slowly, whenever you're ready, try walking your feet slowly towards your hands. Maybe one breath at a time, one step at a time. So your feet reach your hands. So again, you can have your knees bent here, hands on the mat. Let your head hang low. Let gravity do its work. And then on your next inhale, very slowly, go all the way up with your head going up last. And exhale here. Now we're in our mountain pose. Feet together, maybe slightly apart. That's also fine. Hands to your side. So it's like this. All right. And then, again, we're waking our bodies up. Let's give a salute to the sun. Okay. So everyone, stay here for now. And then in your next breath, bring your hands up. Inhale. And exhale, bow down. Bring your hands down, maybe touching your toes, maybe touching the mat. You can have your knees bent here. All right. And the next inhale, bring your hands to your thighs, look forward. And exhale, bend your knees all the way down, hands flat on the floor or on the mat. Next inhale, stretch your legs backwards for a plank. So this is an option. If not, you can bring your knees down. But those who are on their planks, you can make sure that you are really as straight as a plank. Your hips are not too high or not too low. All right. So push the mat away from you. Make sure that you're holding your core here. Again, it's like as if the navel is so close to the spine. For those who are on their knees, you can still do that. You can push your mat away from you. And then look forward, take a deep breath, inhale. Exhale, go all the way down. Chest, belly, chin down on the floor. Untuck your toes, back of the foot flat, back of the feet flat on the floor. And then hands beside your chest. Next inhale, bring your chest and your head up. Try to see if you can bring your shoulders up and back to open up your chest. Let's be open to more creativity and innovation today. All right. And then here, you can also move a bit to make it more accessible to you. All right. So you can move from side to side, moving your shoulders back and forth. All right. Because it feels nice. And then next inhale, look forward. Exhale, tuck your toes. Push yourself back to child's pose. And then lift your knees up. Go back to your downward facing dog. So remember this. Chest close to your thighs. Again, option, you can go or stay on your tiptoes. Knees bent. Chest close to your knees or thighs. Another option, heels down, legs straight, chest close, still to your chest. Chest rather close to your thighs. All right, and then I'll give you an option here. You can do what we did a while ago. slowly crawl your feet to your hands, or next inhale, look forward, and then take a giant step forward. Feet in between your hands. Hands on your sides, look forward again. Inhale, and exhale, go all the way down, perhaps touching your toes or the mat. Just let your head hang low. And then on your next breath, inhale, slowly move up, bring your hands up. Hands touch together. Exhale, bring your hands down to your chest and then down to your side. So that's one sun salutation, everyone. Let's do that again a bit faster this time, just to make sure that, each part of our body is already awake and alive and enthusiastic for this climathon. Get ready, everyone. So stand tall, stand strong on both of your feet, hands on your sides for mountain pose. Inhale, hands up. Exhale, hands down. Down. Next inhale, hands to your sides, look forward. Exhale, go all the way down, bend your knees, hands touch the mat. Next inhale to plank. Exhale, all the way down to your belly. Inhale, untuck your toes, shoulders pull back, and bring your chest and head up. Exhale, tuck your toes, bring your knees up, bring your hips up, and bring your chest close to your knees. Can you stay here in 5? You can pedal your feet if you want. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Slowly look forward. Again, you can take a giant step forward or slowly make your way up to the mat. Look forward, hands on your thighs. Inhale. And exhale, bow down. Inhale, slowly go up. Hands up, hands touch over your head. And exhale, hands to your heart. And then down to your side. There you go. So that is something you can do. It's very good for your body and also for your mind, for calming yourself down. All right. So now everyone, slowly sit down on your mat, right? And then stretch your legs out. Okay. At this point, you may bend your knees and then you can touch your toes. If you want to challenge yourself, you can try inch by inch to lengthen your legs. Maybe just like that. Or if you can really lengthen your legs, you can do that. But please do not round your back, okay? Try to see if you can still pull your shoulders back. Keep the integrity of your spine and look forward. Okay? And then slowly, next inhale, just make yourself sit tall. All right? Hands on your side. And then, very slowly, make your way to your back. So this is one very important part of yoga wherein we all get to rest. All right? So right now, everyone, this will really feel good on your back. Bring your right knee close to your chest. And then with your left hand, bring it over to your left side. And then stretch your right hand out, your right side, look over your right shoulder. Again, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, very slowly make your way back to the center. Switch legs. This time, bring your left knee close to your chest. Right leg stretched out. With your right hand, bring your left knee to your right side. Stretch out your left arm, look over your left shoulder. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Make your way back slowly to the center again. Now this time, both knees to your chest. You can hug them and then move from side to side very slowly as if giving your lower back a massage. And then lift both legs up, both hands up. Take a deep breath, reach up, and exhale. Bring your legs and your hands and your arms down on the floor, down on the mat, wherever you are. And gently close your eyes. So we've come to the last pose of our yoga practice. So this is the corpse pose, wherein we integrate what we have done for the past 20 minutes or so. So at this point, make sure you mindfully relax each part of your body as you take deep breaths. You can start from the crown of your head, going down to your face, mindfully relaxing your neck and your shoulders. Find that very comfortable position wherein your arms are stayed open, and your legs, your palms facing upwards. Mindfully relax your shoulders and your arms. Go down to your chest, your tummy, your hips, your legs, all the way down to your toes. And just enjoy this moment before we dive back into all our tasks, maybe our jobs, and everything that we have to do for today. And as you do this, mindfully thank yourself for showing up for this 30 minutes of self-care that you deserve. We all need to take care of ourselves first before we can serve others. And now when you're ready, take a deep breath, inhale. Exhale through your mouth this time. 2 more times. Inhale. And exhale through your mouth. 1 last time. Inhale through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. Start to wiggle your fingers and your toes very slowly. Bring your feet together. Point your toes. 1 final stretch. Inhale, bring your hands up and over your head. And then bend your knees. Roll over to whichever side feels comfortable for you. Still keeping your eyes closed. Make that arm your pillow. And then very slowly push yourself all the way up to how we started in your comfortable sitting position. And stay here. Don't mind your hair. All right. Hands on your knees for now. Take a deep breath. Inhale. And exhale. Next inhale, bring your hands up. Palms touch. Exhale, bring your hands to your forehead so that hopefully we may have good thoughts for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week. Hands to our mouth so that we may always have kind words to ourselves and to others. And lastly, hands to our heart so that we may always have loving intentions and actions. So you open your eyes, give yourselves a smile, and at the end we usually say namaste. The light in me honors the light in each and every one of you. Thank you for joining me this morning, and I hope that you have a very fruitful hackathon um, for the next few days.
We are Union Bank of the Philippines, the Philippines' best digital bank. In the recent Bank Quality Consumers Survey on retail banks last April, we were ranked number 2 of the most helpful banks in Asia Pacific during the COVID-19 crisis and is the only Philippine bank in the top 20 list. Because of the pandemic, it has become crucial that our products and services quickly adapt to the challenges presented in this new digital normal.